Dark Elf's Ragdoll by Celeste King.
One dark elf makes her tremble.
Two dark elves make her scream.
She is their captive, to be used for bedsport.
All that protects her are the good graces of two dark elves.
She'll kneel and look up at their sneering faces as they prepare to devour her.
She'll have to decide.
Does she bite back?
This platform has a stride guideline policy that won't allow us to share naughty scenes with you. You can get them in the unabridged version of this audiobook from worlds.of.protheka.com.
Use code YouTube30 for a 30% discount on all your favorite Protheka stories.
Subscribe, like, and comment on this video to show your support and share your thoughts. We love hearing from you.
Thank you for choosing Celeste King's Dark Elf's Ragdoll. Chapter 1. Ellie. Unbelievable, I murmur, my gaze sweeping out of the land. Emotions ripple down my spine, conflicting each other as I take it in. The grounds that belong to the Ihokha family stretch out around me for miles and miles. There are some days, mostly the days when my face is covered in dirt and I am picking blossoming flowers from the garden, that I cannot believe all this is mine. It isn't all yours, though, a snarky voice in my head reminds me. Don't forget that, while you may be treated well here, you are still only a human. You can never own this. That might be true, but after years of being the head groundskeeper of the Ihokha property, which is vast and sometimes unwieldy, I consider it to be mine. After all, it's not as though anyone in the Ihokha family would ever bring themselves to take care of the land the way I do. As a groundskeeper, I have multiple responsibilities, such as taking care of the soil, grass, trees, and plants. I ensure that the crops that grow on the east side of the property are well taken care of. I am responsible for ensuring that the specialty plants that Mrs. Ihokha loves grow and bloom every year. I ensure that the fruit trees that line the circular driveway that leads up to the front doors of the Ihokha mansion are always blossoming or heavy with fruit. For the Ihokha, the health of their plants, trees, and grass is not enough. Everything has to be healthy, but everything also has to look, smell, and feel fruitful. All this hard work to make sure the typh trees don't have a brown spot on any of the hundreds of leaves on you, I murmur at a nearby tree. You can't even have a break or have a moment to feel down. I am on the west side of the property, and as I go about my daily rounds, I make sure that I greet as many of the trees and plants as possible. When did we start losing our minds? The voice in my head is serious this time. All the snarkiness is gone. The voice might even be concerned. I do not know when I started speaking to the plants, can't remember when this habit took root, for lack of a better term. All I know is that one day, sometime after Agatha died, words started spilling from my mouth in the presence of the typh trees. At first, I was only comfortable speaking to the typh trees. They were as ancient as Agatha had been, and I could see the lines of her face in the whorls of their tree trunks. I could hear her rusty old laughter in the way the wind blew through their leaves. It is grief. All that grief and love had to go somewhere. Agatha is one of the main reasons that I am where I am today. I was only 16 years old when I was purchased by the Ihokha family, and because I had no real skills, they weren't sure where to put me. Eventually, Agatha, who was the head groundskeeper at the time that I was purchased, told Vetrine that she could use an extra hand taking care of the grounds. It seemed a monumental task at first, simply taking care of the grounds along with a crotchety old woman. However, at some point, the job became effortless, and now, a few years later, I am talking to trees. I head to the main gardens, which should really be the location where all my attention should be. The Ihokha are hosting a garden party in a few hours' time. I need to make sure that all the flowers look as healthy as their owners, and then I need to head inside to put on a dress and a smile. Apprehension swirls in my gut, tightening it until I feel nauseous at the reminder of their party. Of other elves in a place I've started to call my home. Nothing good can come from it. The setup for the party is in full swing when I arrive in the main gardens. I look shabby, in my trousers, beat-up old boots and oversized shirt, but I cannot work in anything fancier. Veteran will whip you if you show up at the party looking like a slave, even though that is what you are. I deadhead a few flowers and snap off a dying typh branch. You'll make good wood this winter. I speak lovingly to the branch and ignore the zagfurs nearby who roll their eyes at me. Then I head to my quarters. I wash up first because I feel grubby. It's not a feeling I hate, but it certainly doesn't lend itself to having a good time at a garden party. Why do I even have to go to this damn thing? Surely the plants won't wilt in just a few hours. I grumble to myself as I look at the dress that Veteran had sent up for me. I know, however, that looking after the plants and doing what I am told is the best thing I can do. And if Veteran wants me there, along with other human servants in the background, trimming the trees, then that is what I'll do. When I'm in the dress, which is overly fussy in my opinion, I run a brush through my hair and clip the wispy strands in front away from my face. Then, making sure that all the dirt is off my body, I head out to the party. The sun has set considerably in the time that it took me to get ready. As I step out quietly into the garden, my breath catches at all the wealth on display. What did you expect? Veteran is trying to get in with the Renzu family. They need to put on a good show. This party, and all the effort that has gone into it, is for the Renzu family. They are the ruling family of Infnor and are wealthier than even the Anoknes. Throughout the party, which is in full swing, I remain in the shadows. I ensure that the plants, flowers and trees look as pretty as possible. I also help some of the zagfurs who almost set fire to one of the guests' dresses. We manage to put the fire out before the oblivious dark elf noblewoman notices anything. The party is still buzzing even close to midnight, and I am enjoying myself, even though I am exhausted. The sun has completely set, and the air is warm and balmy. The sky is an inky black, and bright stars dot the velvety canvas above us. That's my cue. I head over to the closest cluster of typh trees and flick the switch. I created the display which flickers on, and has the guests gasping with surprised pleasure, with the help of Veteran. It required some magic, which I do not have, and some machinations of my own. Veteran was apprehensive at first, but after I explained how well the display would look, he came around to the idea. Right now, all the trees in this part of the garden glow in different shades of pink, gold, and bright blue. My heart wells up with pride, even though I know I'll never get credit for what I did, for what you created. This time, the voice in my head is stern. I look around at the guests who are still marvelling at the display, and once again, I am taken aback by the level of wealth in this small part of the garden, their jewels, and the delicate, exquisite fabrics of their clothing on display. The male dark elves are as finely decorated as their women and seem to wear equal amounts of jewellery. You're very lucky to be here, I think to myself as I stay in the shadows. I'm hungry and cannot wait to get back to my quarters where I can eat supper, and I am lucky. As a human, I have very few prospects, and as a woman, I have even fewer. I could have been sold into slavery. I could have been scrubbing floors or burning my hands in hot water, trying to get stains out of the dresses of these very noble women. Instead, I spend all my days outside, where I get to eat the fresh fruit I tend to. It is all luck on my part. I got lucky, and this is something I tell myself every day. I am lucky because Vetrine and his family do not bother me at all. They let me do my thing and simply provide me with the basics of what I need. Simply put, they ignore my entire existence as long as the gardens look perfect. And after years of tutelage underneath Agatha, I am as passionate about keeping the gardens perfect as the Anoknes are. All this wealth, I shake my head. I wish I could sneak one of the hors d'oeuvres, but that could lead to punishment that I do not need. All this wealth could help out all the humans who are living in poverty. It is not like there is anything you can do about it. Just let it go.
Chapter 2. Ihokha. I am absolutely going to pull Fori's hair out by the follicles tonight. I almost laughed to myself at the thought of dragging Fori's body across the room by his hair. It would be fun. You could flex your muscles while doing it. The noblewomen would like it. But I control myself, and instead, I lift my glass to my lips and sip the strong drink inside. I find another Zagfer who is carrying a tray of filled glasses when I finish mine, and gratefully grab 2 more. Slowly now. You don't want to end up like Fori? The warning is clear in my mind, although Fori's actions are more natural than alcohol-induced. He's just a natural jerk, to be quite honest, and tonight is his time to shine, apparently. Poor Vatrin has gone to so much trouble, I think to myself, looking around. The garden looks superb, even better than the gardens at the many Renziu estates. He has gone to so much trouble, all for Fori to mess things up. Ihokha! One of the noblewomen sidles up to me and places a light hand on my arm. I swallow one of the drinks in my hand and turn to her with an ingratiating smile on my face. Astern, how delightful to see you! I've never been this bored in my life. How is this possible? I want to claw my own eyes out. Maybe if I had an intelligent conversation to indulge in it, would stave off the worst of the monotony that inevitably comes with these events. But Astern cannot think past the jewels that hang from her ears. In fact, I'm quite sure that those same jewels are the reason she cannot think clearly. Another factor could be the fact that you're an eligible bachelor. She wants to marry into an equally noble family. Somehow, and later on, I will marvel at my abilities, as I manage to continue a lively conversation with Astern. When I finally leave her, not forgetting to kiss her gently on the palm, she is practically melted into a puddle. Right, enough of that. Time to find my brother. Fori is, and I think always has been, an absolute bastard. Our parents were wed when he was conceived, so he is not a bastard in the traditional sense of the word. Instead, he is simply one of the worst people I've ever met. His ego is larger than his head. His personality is obnoxious, and his voice makes one shudder with disgust. I did not want to be here, but Vatrin was determined to have this damned party, and Fori is determined to have a good time. I know what that means to Fori. It means that he'll get drunk and will cause a scandal somehow. Just keep him away from the younger women. That should do it. I find my brother in the middle of the garden. We have all eaten our main course already and are snacking on finger foods while a small orchestra serenades us. Fori is throwing his head back and laughing loudly when I nudge my way through the crowd around him. A crowd of women and envious men surround him, and he lovingly runs a hand through his hair as they look on admiringly. Fori, I mutter under my breath. We need to leave soon, brother. Nonsense! He cries, and I close my eyes briefly from pure exasperation, and the women around him titter as Fori declares that he plans to spend the night. There is no way that I am allowing this, but maybe any woman idiotic enough to spend the night with Fori deserves what she gets. I mean, he isn't exactly hiding his sheer stupidity. Despite my boredom at the party, I do need to avoid a scandal at all costs, because I need to build alliances. That's what I've been trying to do all evening, have proper conversations with other, lesser nobles, but Fori has been hogging all their attention. Lately, trouble and rebellion have been brewing in some of the smaller villages. There is talk of bringing the Renziu family down. I always knew that a lot of other nobles hated us, but I didn't think that they would go to the extreme of trying to collapse our rule. I cannot let that happen, ever. Today, and this evening, I was planning on collaborating with some of the lesser nobles, who are always trying to curry favor with my family. They're good allies to have, because they are more likely to have information that comes from the ground. And that is what I need, information. Because if an attack is being planned, then I need to know in advance, and if only Fori would actually do his job. The irony of this entire situation is that Fori is the one with all the power, and not me. He is the older of us and is supposed to be running our family. Instead, he has become everything that our people abhor. He is flighty, untrustworthy, and a general pain. He cannot be trusted to make decisions with regard to money or power, and frankly, I'd hate to see him settle down and have children because I'm fairly certain that any offspring of his would burn the world down. But then I remember who Fori is. He is never going to settle down. Ever. That doesn't mean he won't ever have any offspring. I want to groan aloud at the thought. Get back to the task at hand. Information. Earlier this morning I tried, in a futile attempt, to get Fori interested in the fact that we'd likely have a rebellion on our hands. I do not know why you still try. You know that and he are useless. Right then I find myself being dragged into a conversation by a nobleman, and the sound of Fori's voice filters away. The conversation is interesting, and surprisingly the nobleman has some useful information. He is also clearly a big fan of my family's name, because he brings it up at least thrice throughout the short conversation. Things are too quiet, I find myself thinking. Another nobleman joins our little conversation, and soon we are talking about the rebellion. The Renzui name is being threatened. I simply want to know by whom. I tell them seriously. They nod their heads with equally grim looks on their faces before the conversation shifts to a lighter topic. Things are too quiet, I think again. When I turn to look for my brother, I see that he's standing on the edge of the garden, speaking to 3 noblewomen. They're all young, too young to understand the trouble that Fori is, and they are all looking up at him with expressions of pure, unadulterated adoration on their faces. Things are safe for now. Everything will be okay if you can just see him. All I have to do is keep an eye on him at all times. I find myself snacking throughout the night until Vetrin puts a display on for us. It is a beautiful light and color show that sparkles and glows throughout the trees. And he definitely had nothing to do with it, I think, with a wry smile on my face. Vetrin is wealthy, so he probably had some menial servant, who is likely an actual genius, come up with the light show. It does sparkle with dark elf magic, but it is, for the most part, handmade. I sigh as more drinks and food are brought out. The sun set ages ago, but there are no signs that the party is going to stop any time soon. And as my brother and I are the guests of honor, the party will only end when Fori decides that it is over. Things are too quiet. Alarm bells sound in my head then, and when I turn, I realize that I've lost sight of Fori. I've lost complete sight of him. Oh damn, this is not good. I decide not to panic as I place my empty glass on the server's tray, and then start to scout the small garden for my brother. He is nowhere to be seen. I do a head count, a skill I learned when I was young, and there are roughly the same number of people in the garden as there were before Fori disappeared. But maybe he has disappeared with one of the young women and is currently busy making one of those children you're so afraid of. My heart sinks to the depths of my stomach as I quickly identify each of the women who were fawning over Fori. Somehow I must have memorized their faces, because I see each of them quickly, and they are all here. Oh dear gods! And I send a desperate prayer up to the 13 and hope that one of them is listening. Don't let him do anything stupid. But as I walk around the garden again and again, I have a sinking feeling that something is about to go very, very wrong.
Chapter 3. Ellie. They're brutes, that's what they are. I gasp as my feet freeze, my eyes trained forward. My thoughts are disgruntled as I hurry to one of the many supply sheds that dot the Ihokha property. It is after midnight, and the garden party, which has been going for about 9 hours now, has finally started to wind down. Brutes. The disgust is clear in my tone. I was doing what was supposed to be a last sweep of the garden when I came across a little bed of Taget's flowers, the mistress's favourite flowers, that had been trampled on. The flowers are practically dying, and I know that if I do not save them in time, the Ihokha will remember that I exist, and I will face severe punishment. I also want to save the flowers for personal reasons. I have come to love all plants, trees and flowers, but the Tagets have a special place in my heart. I love their fragility. I love their beauty. I love their ability to spring up, stubbornly, year after year, no matter how quickly they die. The light seeping from the windows of the house illuminates my way, but otherwise, I am in complete darkness. I shove my hair, which has become unruly throughout the day and night, out of my face. I don't really need the light. I have memorized every part of the property at this point. But someone thought it would be funny to place 2 chairs on the pathway, which I did not see. I stumble over them and knock myself painfully before righting myself. The shed is up ahead. In fact, I can see it now. And as I get closer to it, I hear sounds that make my cheeks become hot. I am hearing the sounds of a woman, moaning and squealing over background grunts and the sounds of flesh slapping against flesh. I head for the darkness of the nearby shrubbery, praying to go unnoticed, just as the doors of the shed swing open, and then curse silently as I step onto a bed of dried twigs. The crunching sound of my feet against the twigs is the loudest sound in the world. I say several silent curses. The people coming out of the shed can hear and see me, but they don't seem to care about my presence. Instead, the dark elf man and woman take their time straightening their clothing. The woman looks at me down her nose with narrowed eyes as she writes her beautiful dress. I have seen the dark elf man several times throughout the day and night. He was the life of the party, and every instinct in my body told me to stay away from him. That's a wrong 'un, that is. Agatha's dry, crotchety voice resounds in my head as I look at the dark elf. I heard several people call him Fori from where I stood on the outskirts of the garden, and as I look at the rich, decadent fabrics of his clothing, I can tell that he is a nobleman. Is he part of the Renziu family? I know that the Renzius are important and technically rule over this land, and that this party was in honour of them. But that is all the information I have gleaned from listening to Vetrine and his many acquaintances throughout the years. I keep my eyes down as the woman hurries past me. The dark elf, Fori, I think as his name suddenly springs into my mind, keeps his eyes on me. They have not left me since he finished smoothing down the front of his shirt. His walk slows as he gets closer to me. I remain as demure as I can, and curse the fact that the front of my dress shifted lower as I hurried to the shed, revealing more of my chest. I have a feeling that the dark elf is looking more at my chest than at me. When he is right in front of me, I curtsy the way I have been taught. The truth of his wealth is obvious the closer he gets. His shirt is pure cotton, and his jacket is jacquard silk. He wears real leather boots, and in fact, wears more jewellery than the average dark elf woman at the party has. I'm sorry. The words come out in a stutter as I come up from the low curtsy. I'm sorry. I try to hurry past the dark elf, but he is faster than I am and clutches my upper arm and pulls me painfully toward him. That is going to leave a bruise. Again, Agatha's voice resonates in my head. Well, well, well. His voice is dripping with seduction, and I have to swallow my revulsion down. What do we have here? I'm sorry, sir, I tell him, my voice low. I just want to get to work, sir. Look at me. His voice is as low as mine, but is more commanding. I am forced to look up at him, and when I do, he grins at me. There is a spark in his eyes that scares me. It's the spark of madness. He still keeps a sharp, painful grip on my arm, but brings his other hand to my face. He brushes the hair out of it, and then strokes down the line of my jaw with his finger. I have to force myself to remain still, to not flinch away from him. Don't disrespect them, ever, Agatha's voice commands me. She taught me everything I know, and I will listen to her advice until I die. Don't show weakness either, but whatever you do, don't disrespect them. Well, the dark elf's voice is syrupy. Again, bile rises in my throat. Why is a beautiful slave like you wandering around unattended? You should be on your master's lap with his hands up that pretty skirt of yours. I flinch then and swallow the expletive that tried to explode from my lips. He notices the movement right away and his smile widens. You know? He leans down to whisper in my ear. His breath is stale, and the fumes of liquor make my stomach turn. Bad things happen to beautiful women who wander about alone. How am I going to get out of this? How am I going to get out of this without being violated? Eleanor, what are you doing? I nearly start crying at the sound of Vetrine's voice behind me. My master is looking at me with pure surprise on his face when I turn to see him. His eyes widen when he looks at the dark elf, who is still holding me painfully tightly. My apologies, Master Renziu, I hear my master saying, and my stomach drops when he says the name Renziu. I hope this slave wasn't bothering you. You are so screwed. Renziu? You're never going to get out of this. Not when Vetrine's been fawning over the Renziu's presence here for months now. The dark elf, Fori, speaks slowly. His voice is languid, liquid. She was bothering me. My blood freezes in my body. I know then that it is over for me. And to be quite frank, I think I need to exact a particular kind of punishment on her. Veteran pauses before speaking. What kind of punishment? I can almost hear him licking his lips as he looks at me. I want to purchase her so that I may punish her in the way I see fit. You name your price, Master Anokni. Fori seals the deal when he bows to Veteran. Please. I find myself shuddering as I speak. I know I should not speak. I know that I might be signing my death sentence. Please don't sell me. Veteran almost looks sorry, but not quite. He doesn't care about your existence. All he cares about are the Renzius and currying their favour. It is over for you, my dear girl. Agatha's voice resounds in my head, pitiful and filled with sorrow. Tears are streaking down my face, hot and fast. Please don't sell me. I wobble, and Fori lets go of me suddenly, and I fall to my knees. Please, Master Anokni. I am begging. You are begging him. Because I just lost my life. If he sells me, I die. I think then about losing the gardens that I have taken care of so carefully for so many years. And then I think about Fori's lascivious smile. And I know that the only thing I will be taking care of, under his employ, are my wounds, because he looks like the kind of dark elf who likes to inflict pain on his slaves. Vetrine reaches for me and yanks me up into a standing position by my hair. The slap to my face when it arrives comes as a surprise. It is hot and hard, making my skin sting. My nose feels as though it has shifted across my face, and my teeth rattle in my mouth. The force of the slap ripples across my shoulders and down my neck. Be quiet, girl, Vetrine says. His voice is harder than I've ever heard it. Just be quiet. My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking. Chapter 4. Ihokha. Where has Fori run off to now? I groan in frustration. Glancing around, I scan the area once more in search of his face amongst the drunk party guests. Unsurprisingly, he's nowhere to be seen. But my brother isn't the only missing man in action. Wait a minute, I mutter, eyeing the party for the owner of the estate. Veteran is gone too. I grab hold of a passing Zakfer. "Is there another part of the gardens open to the party?" I ask the nervous servant. "Well, the main celebration is taking place here, but you're free to take a walk around the estate grounds if that's what you're asking." I let go of his sleeve and dismiss him. Time to find him and get him out of trouble again. I excuse myself and head away from the party guests. Strolling into the main section of the gardens, I begin scanning my immediate surroundings with careful eyes. All around me is a beautiful display of well-kept plants, their colors varying from bright yellow to a dark purple. The hedges are well trimmed, seemingly clipped this morning from my estimate. Peppered around the gardens are various statuettes, ranging from small to large in size. I walk by a carving of a warg with one of its paws raised in curiosity. As magnificent as it is, there's no time to admire it. Occasionally, the route takes me close to the main building. I peek inside any windows in the hopes of spotting my brother. For Fori to get into trouble is nothing new, as is him disappearing without telling me. These days, it's more of a surprise for him to tell me he's going somewhere. For all I know, he spotted some girl he fancied and enticed her into pleasuring him. Typical Fori behavior, and he thinks he makes a great leader for the people of Infnor. I sigh in frustration. I may not be a fan of doing my job, but at least I don't slack off and act like nothing else matters. If only Mom and Dad were still alive to see his antics. The route leads up ahead to a small shed. A woman passes by me, her hair ruffled and shoulder straps torn, no doubt the work of my brother. She winks at me suggestively and blows me a kiss, a sight I roll my eyes at. As I approach the shed, I'm preparing to give Fori a verbal bashing when I hear an uproar of a commotion. I halt in place and close my eyes, using my advanced hearing to hone in on the shed. There comes the annoying sound of my brother's voice. "Veteran, you don't wish to disappoint the ruler of Infnore, do you?" Great. It sounds like he's up to no good, I realize. Heading over, I approach the wooden structure and peer around the corner of the entrance. I spot my brother engaged in a three-way conversation between himself, the owner of this estate, and an extremely distressed human woman. On her face is a hand-shaped red mark. I guess it to be the work of my brother, but am surprised to see it may have been Veteran, for his hand is also tinged red and is shaking seemingly from adrenaline. I decide to listen in for another moment before making a move. "Please, Veteran," begs the woman. "You know how good I am at my job here. When have I ever let you down?" "Shut up before I slap you again, Ellie," barks Veteran, raising his hand as a threat. The woman named Ellie recoils and winces. I look at my brother, watching in disgust as a sick smile etches its way across his ugly face. "Well, Veteran, what is it going to be?" he asks. "I'm an elf who knows what he wants. I want this woman of yours so I can deal out some fitting punishment under my own hands." "Oh no," I think in frustration. What does Fori think he's doing? Does he not torment dark elf women enough? Must he now extend his grubby, slimy desires towards humans as well? I look at Veteran, seeing he wears a feigned expression of bravery and confidence in the face of my brother. I can see right through him, though, knowing that in reality the truth is that he's terrified of what Fori will do if he dares to decline his request, although it's more of a demand if anything. I glance at the girl, watching as her eyes dart back and forth between her owner and my brother. Her lips are curled downwards in a fearful grimace, terror making its presence known in the form of tears, now cascading down her cheeks. In that moment, I'm overcome with an overwhelming sense of pity for this woman. Knowing my brother, he will not give up until he gets what he wants, and I can sense that the weak Veteran is about to give in to his demands. I've seen my brother do horrible things to women, the thoughts of which send tingling shivers down my spine. I'm not about to sit by and watch him snatch this innocent girl into his clutches. The only hope she has of being saved is by my intervention, and by the gods am I going to do everything I can to get my brother away from her. "Fori! There you are!" I exclaim, stepping forward. The three of them turn around in surprise. At the sight of me, Fori rolls his eyes, but behind him I can see Ellie looking at me in curiosity. Vatrin straightens himself up at my entrance and subtly bows to me. "What on Protheka do you want now?" hisses Fori. "Haven't I heard enough blabbering from your mouth for one day?" "Come on, brother," I reply calmly. "The time has come for us to get going." "Not yet," he snaps. "Why are you always interfering in my business?" "I think you meant to say our business, brother. Which, by the way, isn't here in some dusty shed. Don't think I don't know why you came out here." "Here we go again," groans Fori. "You have no right to continue meddling in my affairs. I have no obligation to run everything by you." "You child, do you really think that's what I'm saying? Do you know what? That's actually not a bad idea for you to do, considering you're barely running Infnor as is." "What are you on about?" "You'd rather spend your time chasing girls and spending money than looking after the people. Don't you think there's more to being a leader than kicking your feet up all of the time?" "Listen here, Ihokha," he snarls. "I didn't ask for any of this." "You think I did? At least I'm doing my part for the leadership of Infnor." "Excuse me," interrupts Veteran. "I don't mean to intrude on your conversation, but your brother and I were in the middle of negotiating a sale for Ellie here." "Shut up!" I fight back the urge to say. From the corner of my eye, I spot the look of desperation on Ellie's face. "That's right!" snaps Fori. He reaches out and grabs the woman by the arm. He pulls her in violently. "So, do we have a deal?" "Indeed we do," chuckles Vatrin. "And again, I do apologize for the inconvenience caused by her. Is there anything else I can do for your trouble?" I watch speechlessly as Fori runs a disgusting gaze over Ellie, undressing her with his eyes. I already know he's thinking of what abominable things he's going to subject her to. "That will be all," he snickers before turning to me. "Come on, then. Let's get going." I look down in disgrace as he walks by me. A wave of shame comes over me for failing to save Ellie from my brother. Her sudden cry snaps me back to reality. We make our way back to the carriages, where Fori summons a Zagfer. "Get a separate carriage for my dear brother," he orders. Why does he want me to ride alone? I think to myself. One look at Fori eyeing up Ellie tells me all I need to know. Oh no, there's no way I'm letting her ride alone with my brother. "No need," I call to the servant. "One carriage will fit us all just fine." "Very well, sir," replies the Zagfer, as I shoot a defiant look at my brother. We all climb into the carriage. I sit across from Fori, who keeps a hand on the inner thigh of Ellie the whole way back. The ride home is long and arduous, mostly because of the rage my brother effortlessly makes me feel. Ellie cries the whole way back, looking out of the carriage window as the Ihokha estate grows smaller behind us. Soon, we arrive back at our own estate. I can sense the tension growing in Ellie as we pull up to the entrance. Our staff approach us immediately, opening the carriage door and bowing to us as we dismount. I've only taken one step out of the carriage when I hear Ellie cry out again, her screams piercing my ears. "No!" she yells out. "Take me back! I'm not going to be anyone's plaything!" "Shut up!" barks Fori, slapping her across the face. "Cut that out!" I exclaim, stepping in between them to face my brother. "Watch yourself in front of the guards!" Fori sneers and scoffs at me, stepping aside. "You there," he calls to a group of Zagfer waiting nearby. "You are to take this filthy woman and get her cleaned up. Afterwards, you are to take her to one of my private rooms in the tower." Ellie is dragged inside with my brother following behind. Sighing, I look down at the ground in shame, wondering just how far my brother will go in treating the leadership of Infnor as a joke.
Chapter 5. Brilyk. I walk through the halls of the estate's main building, making my way back to my usual guard post. As I pass by each guard, I give them a look of suspicion when they look the other way. No one here knows that I'm returning from a secret meeting with Gavarn Kranash, my best friend and leader of the rebellion movement here in Infnor. I reach my post and take my place amongst the rest of the guards. None of them have the slightest clue as to who I really am and what I intend to do. I do not trust anyone unless they join the cause in fighting for a better future for Infnor. These lackeys around me are surely the last ones to ever consider doing such a thing. As I settle in for a shift, I mull over the details of my meeting with Gavarn. I hear his voice in my head, speaking as though he is still right in front of me. Your position in the estate is coming in handy for intel. Alas, there have been some new developments, he informed me. Word is spreading that the Renziu brothers have caught word of the rebel cause. This is troubling, I said to him. We cannot afford to have this operation found out. Indeed, apparently the Renzius are paying regular visits to lesser nobles in the hopes of gaining their favor, but I think they're secretly trying to gather information about us. What do you need me to do? Keep an eye out for any new activity, anything that seems even slightly out of the ordinary. We must stay 2 steps ahead of them at all times. I'll do whatever it takes. I smile at the fact of just how far I've gotten past the enemy lines. I swore an oath to the cause long ago that I would do whatever it took to bring down the Renziu brothers, namely Fori for his clear neglect of the good people of Infern. Too long we have all suffered as a result of his negligence. Images of my parents flash in mind, fueling me with the motivation I need to see this rebellion through to a successful end. If only they would have been there to see a better Infnori come to fruition. I will avenge your deaths if it's the last thing I do. Like many others, my parents met their demise at the hands of the famine that ravaged the villages. And it was all because Fori couldn't give a damn. He never should have gotten a free pass for his crimes from the council. Nonetheless, I will ensure he meets his end, that justice is served. His brother Ihokha doesn't concern me as much. In my mind, he's nothing more than a useless noble. Regardless, I can't help but think there's more he could be doing to stop the chaos caused by Fori. In my dedication to the rebellion, I posed as a Miu for many years, eventually infiltrating the estate of the Renzi brothers. Here, I worked hard to climb up the ranks and managed to cement myself among the most trusted guards of Fori. The old saying goes, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. My position amongst the elite guard has come in extremely beneficial for the rebellion. Often I find myself to be one of the first informed of a new strategy or guard deployment in Infnor. Relaying such important information to Gavarn has allowed the rebellion to carefully coordinate their movements and create counterplans to sabotage Fori. We have yet to make any significant gains, but with my undercover placement by the enemy's side, victory is almost guaranteed to come to us. I smile at the thought of finally overthrowing the Renziu bastard, picturing his head on a pike on the top of the estate. However, my moment of bliss doesn't last long, for there rings through the halls an echo of a blood-curdling scream. Some of the guards look around uneasily, with one even unsheathing their sword when the scream comes again. Stand down, I order. It could just be Fori bringing in a new toy for himself. I look to the end of the hallway. From around the corner, there emerges a set of guards. In their hands, they hold a human woman, dragging her along the ground. No, she yells. So that's where the screaming is coming from. But what is a human woman doing here? This could be interesting. I command the other guards to stay put in their post as I move forward, keen on finding out more information on the human. Suddenly, Fori appears behind her, the sight of whom catches me off guard. The arrivals work in my direction, allowing me to get a look at the woman as guards drag her by me. By the gods, I think as I check her out, she's beautiful. Despite her thrashing around, I cannot help but take note of the woman's striking features. Long black hair falls down over the sides of her face, complemented by dark eyebrows. For one split moment, she opens her eyes, allowing me to catch sight of a set of eyes blue like the ocean. She passes me by without noticing me, and so I turn my attention back to Fori. He accosts me with a cocky smile. What are you doing back at the estate so soon, my lord? I ask, bowing to him. We weren't expecting you back until the early hours of tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, I had to leave earlier than expected in order to shut the mouth of my endlessly complaining brother, he explains. So Ihokha is back too. But you know me, Brilyk, I don't leave anywhere without a little souvenir, he says, gesturing to the woman, who now disappears up a flight of stairs. How does she fit into all of this? I think to myself. Something must have happened during their trip. Anyway, I'll be off, says Fori, taking off in a brisk walk down the hallway. I return to my original post, wondering just what is going on. Being one of Fori's most trusted guards, I've been witness to many awful acts of cruelty at his hands, oftentimes finding myself having to comfort his victims and ensure that better days are coming. Some of those acts would turn the stomachs of even the most battle-ready men. But this was something else entirely. Seeing a human woman being dragged against her will to partake in Fori's sick fantasies brewed inside me a strange feeling. I can't help but feel pity for the woman. It's clear to me that she had no choice in the matter, not that any one of Fori's victims did in the first place. It only reminds me of the fact that something must be done to bring the leader's reign of tyranny to an end, whether by death or imprisonment. Maybe I won't have to do anything in the end at all, I wonder. A development of this sort is certain to attract the attention of the overruling council in Cantor. They're the only ones capable of interfering in Renzir business. Perhaps this will finally be the reason to push them to step in and do something about Fori. Then again, how can I trust they'll lift a finger? I become annoyed at the memory of them letting Fori keep his title after letting the famine deplete the population. I order the other guards to remain at their posts. I walk off and head for one of the training rooms. There, I spend some time cooling off by practicing my swing. Whenever I look at the target dummies, I picture the head of Fori atop them. That alone is enough motivation to keep me going when I run out of breath. When I finally have enough, I take a seat and think about my next move. There stands a chance the council will simply let this slide, I say to myself. But it doesn't matter. I must bring word of this new development back to Gavarn. He is sure to make good use of it. Then we'll be one step closer to bringing the Renzu reign crumbling down to shambles. I rise to my feet and sheath my sword. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I get ready to return to my post as I continue planning. Before I can make a move, I must ensure Fori is distracted with the human woman. I can't afford to be seen leaving. At that moment, there comes a voice from behind me. I spin around to see a guard standing in the doorway. He salutes me before continuing. Brilyk, Fori is in need of assistance. What could he possibly want now? I think in frustration. What does he want me to do? You are to head up to the towers and conduct a status report on the human woman whilst our Lord prepares himself to see her. Consider it done.
Chapter 6. Ellie. No, stop it, you're hurting me. Let me go. My protests prove unproductive, for the only response the Zagfer have is to strengthen their grip on me. In retaliation, I stop walking and act as dead weight, the strain in their faces from dragging me becoming very apparent. That's all I can do for now. They haul me into what's admittedly a magnificent washroom. It's large in size, wider than any of the hallways I was brought through. Several golden bathtubs sit nearby, arranged evenly between each other. The heated floorboards are soft on my feet, a hard contrast compared to the cold floors of the mansion. The showerheads stretch high above the baths, their gold gleaming like miniature suns. Steam comes from holes in the wall, doubling the washroom as a sauna. There are wooden benches nearby and a room labelled with the words, "Cold Plunge." Pipes run up the walls, blending into the rooftop overhead. Standing beside each bathtub is a large selection of soaps, their combined aroma lingering in the air. They smell divine as I pick up the scents of resin and filvet grass, but it hardly serves as a comfort. After all, it's not like I'm at some fancy resort. I'm being held hostage in the hands of the enemy. The servants let me go and push me forward. I turn around and get on my knees, throwing my hands together in a begging gesture. Please, I beg of you, don't make me do this. One steps forward. He wears a straight face, and so it is hard to determine what he may be thinking. He bends down to my level. Look, he sighs. You don't exactly have a choice in the matter. I had that part figured out. We're only doing our job. None of us dare to disobey the orders of our Lord. Now then, strip off. He rises to his feet, still peering down at me as I look up at him with a shocked expression. I blink in confusion at what he just said. Did he just order me to strip? What did you say to me? I ask. Strip your clothes off. You must be washed, he says with a stern tone. Wait, so I can't even have my own bath in private? The Zagfer shakes his head. That's not how this works. Just comply with us and make this easier. If we have to report to the guards that you're causing trouble, then Fori is sure to do worse to you than he already has planned. I slowly rise to my feet as they glare at me. I know it's of no use to ask them to turn around. Instead, I turn my own body as if it'll conceal me from their prying eyes. I take off my clothes, feeling the hot air of the room kiss my skin. Covering my body, I turn around and ask them what's next, without looking either of them in the eye. Get into the nearest bathtub. I climb in and close my eyes as one of them turns on the overhead faucet. The other busies himself grabbing sponges as the water comes down on me. For a split moment, I enjoy the feeling of the water hitting my skin, its heat comforting me temporarily. The bath quickly fills up and the Zagfer turns off the shower head. "Stand up," he orders. "And raise your arms," says the other. Shamefully, I lift my arms and expose my body for them to see. I pray they don't try to touch me inappropriately as they begin washing me. Resid soap is applied to the sponge and dipped in the water before coming into contact with my back. They scrub roughly, clearly not knowing the delicateness of human skin. I wince and groan as they rub before they move to my arms. Meanwhile, the other Zagfer eyes me from a distance. A pit of anxiety forms in my stomach, knowing there's no one to come to my aid. I'm all alone here. Why is this happening to me? What on Protheka did I do to deserve such a fate? My face contorts as I begin to sob. As expected, the servants don't care at all, not even stopping for a moment to ask if I'm all right. Then again, they probably already know the answer to that. I was so good at the job I had back in the Ihokha estate, and happy too. That damned idiot Fori. He snatched my freedom away from me and threw it in the garbage like it was nothing. "Give me your right leg," orders a servant. As he goes about scrubbing them, I keep a fist clenched behind my back in case he tries anything. "Hey," barks the other one. "Keep your hands at your sides at all times." Grunting, I relax my fist and assume a normal stance, raising the other leg to be washed. I was just the wrong girl at the wrong place at the wrong time. All I did was do my job and come into that pervert's line of sight. I recall the agonizing pain of betrayal at the hands of my old boss, causing me to cry some more. I can't believe Vitrine just threw me to the Wurgs like that, all to save himself. Is that what I get for so many years of loyal service to him? I thought he was different from other dark elves, but he's just like the rest of them. "Stay still while we rinse you." The servant places the sponge aside and turns on the showerhead, unleashing a hot stream of water down on me. In that moment, I realise that I'm one step closer to whatever disgusting deed Fori has planned for me. What's next? To be starved, beaten, abused? Despite the intense heat of the water, a shiver runs up my spine as I think of all the stories and rumours of humans on Protheka. Although I've never seen much cruelty with my own eyes, I've heard many tales of slaves amongst other horrible jobs my kind are put through. The water turns off. The servants take soft towels to my body, drying me off with the same roughness as before. After doing so, they apply oils all over me. Just as I suspected, they each cop a feel of me, but I have no choice in fighting back. Afterward, they toss me a house robe and order me to put it on. As I do, I watch the water disappear down the drain, making me think that's how my old life ended up, gone forever. "What now?" I ask, my tone dreary and exhausted. "Follow us to the dressing room." They seem to catch on that I'm no longer fighting back, allowing me to walk freely behind them. Occasionally, they shoot glances over their shoulder, as if to check I'm still following along. They lead me inside another room, lined with closets of various sizes. Mirrors stand freely on the opposite side of the wall. One closes the door behind me while the other steps forward, moving to the nearest closet. He opens its doors. Inside it, I see a huge selection of beautiful dresses, the likes of which I've never once laid eyes on. Have I ever seen such colours like that before? I wonder as I look upon all of the designs. I think then of the rags I've worn my entire life, simple clothing being the biggest luxury I've ever possessed. I'm reminded of the poverty that rages through Infnor, only now realising the stark contrast in all of these garments and the washroom. That's only 2 rooms I've seen thus far. Meanwhile, people on the streets are dying of hunger while they're living it up here. I slip into a simple red dress. I'm zipping it up when the door opens behind us. We all turn around to see another dark elf enter the room, this time one of the guards. The servants stand to attention in his presence. The elf practically bursts out of his uniform with his bulging muscles. He looks at me with green eyes, light as fields of grass. Shaggy white hair falls down his head, sitting neatly at his shoulders. "Give me a status report on the human woman," he barks. "She's almost ready, Brilyk," says the servant, "so his name is Brilyk." "I'm just about ready," I say quietly. "Excellent, let me escort you to your room then." As I walk beside him, I shoot sidelong glances at his face. Despite the circumstances, I can't help but be distracted by his handsomeness. In that moment, an idea sprouts within my mind. There's so many dark elves here. Surely one of them has to be empathetic. What if it's this guy? Perhaps I can appeal to him in some sort of way and get him to assist me in escaping. "Where are we going?" I ask politely. "I already told you," he snaps. "You're being escorted to a private room where you will wait for Fori." His cold demeanour shoots down my idea, only reminding me of the fact that he works for a disgusting master. We come to a door where he opens the lock. Stepping aside, he gestures for me to enter. I step into a bedroom, seeing more evidence of the luxurious lifestyle in its decor. I turn around to talk to the guard in one last effort, but the door is already shut. Letting out a sigh of defeat, I amble over to the edge of the silk-sheeted bed where I take a seat. Burying my head in my hands, I wonder what it's going to take for me to get out of this.
Chapter 7. Ihokha, idiot. My blood is boiling in my body. Fori's wing of the house is on the other side of the mansion from mine. I chose this arrangement when I was younger. I did not need to overhear the success of each of my brother's conquests as we got older. Now, though, it seems to take me forever to get to him. Every breath that I take hitches in my throat. My strides are long and unsteady. I know why I am angry, although I do not understand it. It is the thought of that woman, the human woman who Fori just dragged into the castle. What feels like mere moments ago, the thought of her, here with Fori when she clearly does not want to be, is driving me insane. I do not think I have ever been this livid at Fori, I think to myself. And the truth of it is, while I have been furious with my brother in the past, in this instance, I would like to kill him. I'd kill him and not lose a wink of sleep. I pray to the 13 that I do not do anything I will regret, or anything I won't regret, because the gods know that I could rip his head off if he so much as steps a toe out of line. I know the human woman was dragged off to be bathed and dressed for Fori. Bile rises in my throat as images of Fori forcing himself on the woman appear in my mind. Because that is what he'll do. She does not look like the type to go meekly, but Fori is stronger, faster, and knows how to inflict pain on the female body. I slow down outside his rooms and take several deep breaths before I enter his quarters. I tell myself several things to calm myself down. Remember, Cantor is in a precarious state. A rebellion is brewing. Don't kill your brother when you need him as the figurehead to this family. No matter how useless he is a goddamn waste of space, I mutter to myself before I throw the doors to his rooms open. Fori is standing with his back to me. He is shirtless, and it is clear that he has just stepped out of the bath. His hair has been freshly washed and braided. The room is filled with the scents of his various perfumes. I am reminded as ever of how vain my brother is. I do not mind men looking after themselves. But my brother is obsessed with looking perfect at all times. Probably because his appearance is the only capital he has. What are you doing? Well, that was a stupid question. You know that he is preparing to take the girl. The human girl. My hands ball into fists, and when I look at myself in the mirror on the far side of the room, I can see the vein throbbing in my neck. I do not understand it. I do not understand why the thought of 40 with the human girl enrages me so much. Maybe because this is the last straw. Maybe because he has stooped to the lowest level. Taking a human. What does it look like, dear brother? 40's voice is smooth and easy, and he speaks as though he does not have a care in the world. Are you really going to do this? Are you actually going to do this? I do not need to clarify. 40 knows perfectly well what I am talking about. Of course I am. He turns to face me. There is an evil smirk on his face. Did you not see the beauty of that little human thing? I have never wanted one as much as I want her. Why are you doing this? What could a human woman possibly do for you? I demand of him. She is pretty and her body is supple. Do I need more of a reason than that? His smooth voice is so careless that I want to strike him across the face. You're an idiot. Or you're evil. Probably both. You're bringing this house into disrepute by your continued stupid decisions. I roar the words, conscious that the entire mansion can probably hear me. But at this moment I do not care. I must have finally struck a nerve with 40, because he takes several long steps towards me until his face is inches away from mine. I can feel his hot breath on my face, and I can smell the rage that pours off his body. His nostrils are flared, and his pupils are dilated, and I cannot help but smile coolly at him. I want a toy, he shouts in my face, and I wipe the spit off my face as he continues. And she is as good a toy as any, and don't worry, I won't bring this house into disrepute for that long. She's a human. She probably won't last a week. Do you care so little for life that you'd be willing to use up the life of an innocent for your own sick games? My voice is low. I've never heard myself sound as dangerous as I do now. I do not care about the humans. They make good servants, but they're mostly useless. However, I'm not so cruel that I would rape one of them until they are dead, because that is clearly what 40 plans to do. You seem to be under the impression that I care about your opinion. 40's voice has adopted the careless tone again. You seem to be under the impression that I care about your and everyone else's impression of me. And to answer your question, no, I do not care about the life of one measly human. If the council finds out about this, I'm finally willing to use the one true threat in my arsenal. Well, you'd rather face a starved Likar with no weapon. And who will tell them? He turns to me mockingly. He's wearing his most expensive clothing, as he usually does. Again, his vanity is blinding, because I know that he certainly does not intend to impress the human girl. Once more, images of her struggling beneath him rise in my mind. Pain sparks through my hands, and when I look down, blood is dripping onto the carpet of my brother's room. Release your hands. Your nails have cut through the skin on your palms. I take a deep breath. They will find out if I tell them. My voice is calm. I take a step away from 40. He might be useless, but he hasn't slacked on his physical training once in all these years. We are evenly matched, and I know that he could hurt me if he wanted to. And I've just said fighting words. Prepare yourself. Find a shield and a weapon. And remember that he'll fight dirty. 40's eyes are narrowed when he looks at me. He runs a hand over his hair as if to smooth the flat surface. Then he laughs. And it is so chilling that I know in that moment my brother is pure evil. The council won't find out about this, or more problems will arise than you've ever prepared for, brother. Is that a threat? My voice is cool, for he grins at me again. He is not worried about a damn thing. He really thinks that he can get away with everything. It is a threat. He inclines his head almost graciously at me. And it is also a promise. I won't let you get away with this. The composure has left my voice. Now it is shaking with anger. What will you do? Is he right? Will I tell the council? I have to resort to begging within seconds. Can't you see how this will damage us? Our own people are threatening to rebel against us. Can't you see that if the council finds out about this, about you, we will lose all the power that we have worked so hard to gain? All the power that I have worked so hard to gain. Like I said, the council will not find out about this if anyone in this household wishes to remain in this household, Fori tells me. Then he sweeps past me. Sudden desperation surges throughout my body. He is about to hurt that human woman in unimaginable ways. I cannot let this happen. If the council finds out about this... Maybe Fori is right. Maybe the council shouldn't find out. Maybe one human life won't make a difference. My thoughts shame me, but what can I possibly do? Fori leaves his rooms with a flourish. There is a spring in his step as I watch him walk away. I'm dizzy with nausea as I follow him out of the room. How am I going to prevent this atrocity? How am I going to save the Renzui name? And why do I care so much about a single human life?
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 8. Ellie. As I sit crying on the end of the bed, I wonder if anyone passing outside the bedroom door can hear my muffled sobs. Still, I don't care. People hearing me cry is the last worry on my mind. All I can think about is why life always ends up being so cruel. Perhaps this is what I'm ultimately fated to, I think to myself. Deemed to be some dark elf's useless plaything for the rest of my life, apparently just like all the other human women on Protheka. Maybe it was inevitable. It had to come for me sometime. Suddenly, I rise to my feet with a newfound surge of resilience. I can't just sit here and let this happen. I'm not about to lay on my back and spread my legs for some elf without trying to do something about it first. I walk to the nearby table, grabbing a small handkerchief from a neatly arranged pile of them. Dashing away the tears, I immediately begin looking around for something that could help. There's got to be something I can use, a weapon, a tool, anything at all. I pull each drawer out and open the closet doors, rifling through everything in search of something sharp. Unsurprisingly, there's not a single thing to be found. In fact, everything is empty. Of course, they wouldn't be stupid enough to leave anything that could be used as a weapon laying around, I think in frustration, scratching my head as I do so. Someone else probably already tried that. I glance at the door, wondering if I should just sneak out the way I came. Weighing up the pros and cons against each other, I mull over making a decision. It's the most direct route out of here. Then again, there's guards littered around everywhere. Forget it. There's no use. I'd be caught in an instant. I grunt in annoyance, pacing back and forth from one end of the room to the other. At the same time, I'm trying not to panic, knowing there's not a lot of time remaining before Fori gets here to have his way with me. Think, Ellie. Think, says the voice in my head as I tap my foot impatiently. From the corner of my eye, I spot a solution. Slowly, I turn toward the window. Gulping, I take a deep breath before approaching. There may not be any other choice, not unless I give in to Fori, and there's no way I'm letting that happen. I come to the window's edge and peer out. Only now do I notice how high up I am from ground level. Cursing, I take a step back and run a hand over my head, realizing I've been brought up to the tower. I return and peer out once more, this time opening the window to see better. It's a long way down, the sight of which causes a pit of anxiety to form in my stomach. Still, my inner voice reminds me that it cannot be as bad as the disgust I'll feel if I let Fori inside of me. For a brief moment, I close my eyes and take another deep breath, making a promise to myself. I'm going to escape or die trying. Anything will beat what they have planned for me. Besides, if I end up making it back to Vitrine, then I'm sure he'll take me back under his wing. I lay my hands on the sides of the window frame. Already, sweat is dampening my hands as I try to get a good grip. Mindfully, I keep my breathing deep as I take a seat on the window and swing one leg over it, placing my foot down on the outer ledge. Already, an urge rises within me to retreat. Before I go any further, I tighten my grip in the window frame and stick my upper body out, craning my neck around for a look at my surroundings. The outer ledges continue along to a rooftop nearby, seemingly doable enough if I just don't look down. It's now or never, come on. Shakily, I swing the other leg over the window frame. Gripping the sides tighter than ever, I somehow muster the courage to stand up. There whisks through the air a light breeze, throwing me off mentally for a split second. Is this wind teasing me? It better not get any worse. I wince as I let go of the window frame and take a step along the ledge, approaching the next one. There lies a gap between each ledge, meaning I have no choice but to look down to make sure I don't fall. Okay, just take a quick look and do it. I look down. The sudden change of perspective rings my head with dizziness, causing me to step blindly onto the next ledge. I slip, and for a moment I think I'm done for. My arms flail about, desperately reaching for anything close by. Luckily, I grab hold of the next window frame by just an inch. That was too damn close. I find myself hyperventilating. I close my eyes and regain control of myself before pressing on, mindful to grip onto something with my hands before crossing ledges. The slowest, painstaking 5 minutes of my life pass by before I finally step off of the final ledge, laying my feet down on an even-levelled rooftop. I look over my shoulder, impressed with myself when I see just how far I made it. Still, I know I've just barely gotten out of the gate. Looking ahead, I observe that I'm still quite high up, but that there's also nearby rooftops decreasing in height. I crouch down, remaining low as I press forward so as to not attract attention. I descend down the next few rooftops with ease, though some jumps are a little high for my liking. I come down to the final rooftop, peering over it to see ground level below me. There's no obvious route down, causing anxiety to rise within me once more as I search around for a solution. I spot a pillar running up the side of the building. Looks like I'm going to have to rappel down there somehow. Aha! I grip the hemline of my dress and rip some fabric off. The end of the dress stops right above my ankles, and by the time I'm done tearing off the fabric, it stops midway down my thighs, leaving me with a lot to work with. I tie one end around a stone stump above the pillar, and the other end around my waist. I then begin the perilous descent, hugging the pillar tight as I make my way down to the ground. By the gods, I actually did it, I think as my feet hit the ground. Eager to get out of here, I untie the loose fabric makeshift rope from my waist and turn around. Only thing now is to... Oh no! A treacherous sight stands before me. Surrounding the gardens on all sides is a giant cobblestone wall, stretching as high as what I estimate to be at least 35 feet. That same voice from earlier chimes back into my head, saying it's best to retreat. Still, I refuse to let anything stop me. If I have come this far, I know I have it within me to escape anything. The sight of the wall only fuels my drive to get out of this damned place. Noticing I'm on an incline, I take cover behind a nearby statue and make observations of my surroundings. There is still a small distance to go before I reach the wall, with the gardens running around in a maze-like formation. A few guards roam the area. I watch for a few minutes, trying to best determine their route. It's too erratic to get a hold of, so I decide just to move on and be extra cautious around bends and corners. I've got to stay in cover if I hope to escape. If they catch me, I've no hope of fighting back. Moving down the incline, I press myself against a stone wall. Coming to its corner, I peek my head around, watching as a guard walks across into a different section of the gardens. With the coast clear, I move forward. I come next to a small fountain. With no better cover, I stoop low behind one side of it. Through the spouting water, I spot a guard circling around the other side. I move at the same pace as him, all the while keeping an eye out for any others. I reach the other side without issue and press forward. Coming to the final obstacle in my path, I spot an arch up ahead leading the way to the wall. Standing underneath it are a pair of guards, chatting to themselves. Doesn't look like they'll be moving anytime soon. I grab a rock at my feet and throw it the way across from me. Immediately, I crouch down and make myself as small as possible. "What was that?" says one of the guards. "Let's go check it out." I hold my breath as they walk by me, silent as a ghost. As soon as they're out of my way, I scuttle underneath the arch and finally reach the wall. It stands even taller now I'm right next to it. It's the last thing in my way before I can escape and get my freedom back. Even with all of the odds stacked against me, I'm not stopping now, not when I've come this far.
Chapter 9, Ihokha. Filled with rage, I pace hurriedly through the hallways of the estate. Feelings like this certainly aren't anything new with my brother, but that doesn't mean they get any easier to deal with. I ignore the greetings of the Zagfer and Miu guards as I pass them by, waving them off with a dismissive hand. I need to cool off, I mutter to myself, before I end up murdering my brother. I come to a back door, serving as an entrance to the private gardens. Stepping through into them, I'm greeted by wondrous sights, sounds, and smells. The garden has always been a sacred place of relaxation and calm for me, doubling as a getaway spot for my stupid brother. I look around at the neatly trimmed hedges as a gardener works nearby. He tends to a flower bed, upon which lay several variations ranging in color from blood red to moon white. A fresh floral smell bounces through the air, filling my nostrils with a pleasant earthy aroma. The songs of birds pass by overhead as I take a deep breath to regain my inner peace. Turning around, I look up at the tower where Ellie is being kept. The window is open, which I guess is the choice of Fori. He probably wants us all to hear the screams of Ellie. If I wanted to, I could have made use of my advanced hearing to better listen in, but I have no desire to. If only there was something I could do. I groan. Sighing, I spin back around and begin a quiet walk through the gardens. I'm greeted by staff passing me by. The guards salute me as I approach. Under the intense heat of the afternoon sun, I can't imagine how they manage to do their job. "Good afternoon, sir," chimes a guard. "Hello," I reply. "Anything to report?" "All is well, sir." "Very good, carry on then." I turn towards the other end of the garden, where less guards are usually deployed on patrol. I need as much space and time alone as I can get. The sounds of a nearby fountain swishing water around helps me to concentrate. I come to a stone bench, big enough for two. It's old in age, but remains well maintained by the gardeners. At least some people can do their job around here, I think to myself in frustration. Anyone could be a better leader than my brother. "What should I do?" I mutter. Fori always has to go and make things so damn complicated. Should I just take a chance and write a formal letter to the council? I give it serious contemplation, for it would be an ideal solution. Alas, I'm reminded of the threat that Fori made to me back in his room. What on Protheka did he mean by or else? I ask aloud, stroking my chin in deep thought. This could very well mean danger, and that's not a path I'm sure I wish to embark on. Grunting, I realize it's just as perilous to let my brother do what he wants. There stands an equal, if not greater amount of risk if he continues being as careless as he is, but he truly doesn't seem to give a damn. I run a hand over my hair, sighing loudly. It would be wrong of me to stand by idly while he carries out his twisted fantasies. That would make me just as bad. I think of Ellie, the human woman he took from the Ihokha estate as his plaything. As the image of her face pops up in my mind, I'm temporarily distracted by her beauty. I snap back to reality, remembering the dire situation that both of us are entrapped in. I need to get us both out of this mess caused by my brother somehow. Ellie's face comes into my head again, but I remind myself I'm not doing this for her. This goes beyond saving another one of his victims. This is for the sake of my family's reputation. I must do everything I can to maintain whatever's left of it. It's already in shambles, as is, barely hanging by a thread. But that's not all. I recall word that I've received from the other continents on Protheka, hearing that human mates are beginning to become the new normal all across major cities, some to prominent figures in royalty. While not opposed to the idea itself, the news gives me anxiety. What if the wrong people are to hear about this? To them, it would seem that my brother had seemingly kidnapped a human woman to do his bidding with. If he were to go down, I'd go down with him just because I'm his brother. In turn, it would lead to our authority being stripped from us. Likelihood is that we'd end up in prison. Considering all possibilities, I begin to wonder if an Infnor without the Renzius in charge would make for a better future. Could there be a better leader out there? I cannot lie to myself. I'm sure that there is. But I'm going to stick with this and see it through that my brother is dealt with accordingly. I find strength in remembering how noble of an elf my father was during his lifetime. He spent all his days building the family legacy up to where it was before passing away, and I'm not about to watch it crumble to dust. Fori has ruined Infnor, but I will be the one to fix it. With my mind now calmer, I rise from my seat and continue my stroll through the gardens. Having settled on what I'm going to do, I push the thought of my brother out of my mind, instead choosing to focus on the beauty of the gardens around me. No doubt the plants possess a healing nature about them. I keep walking straight, eventually coming to the wall surrounding the gardens on all sides. I just need to wait a minute, I say. I spot a figure in the distance as I turn. It's far too small to be one of the guards or even a gardener. Using my advanced vision, I squint my eyes. Ellie, I say in surprise, alarmed to see her trying to climb the wall. But how did... I look over my shoulder, eyeing the tower in the distance. No, surely not. She couldn't have climbed down. I follow the ledges leading away from the tower, and soon it becomes perfectly clear. From where I am, I see a possible route she may have taken, guessing that she must have followed the rooftops as they got smaller in height. My eyes lead to the side of the smallest building, where there hangs a long line of fabric tied above a pillar. Darting my glance back to Ellie, I can see it's the same dress that she's wearing. Well, I'll be damned. She made it all the way out here without alerting anyone. I'm impressed. I lean against the wall, watching as Ellie continuously falls from the wall. I admire her spirit, for every time that she falls down, she gets right back up and makes another attempt with more effort. Damn, I'd probably be the same if my brother was after me. As marvelous as her tenacity is, I find myself chuckling as she falls. Suddenly I realize that if the wrong pair of eyes spot her, it could spell a whole load of trouble. I know there's no way she's going to get up that wall, so I decide to make my approach. May as well be me that catches her trying to escape. I go prone, sneaking up to her from behind. I stop when I'm about 10 feet away, watching as she makes a final attempt to scale the massive wall. Again, she falls flat on her back. Damn it, she hisses as she rises to her feet. How am I going to do this? For starters, it's going to take more than a pair of human hands, I say, startling her. She spins around violently with wide eyes. At the sight of me, I expect her to scream and cower at my feet. To my surprise, her gaze softens and she steps forward. Now, I'm the one with wide eyes. You there, you must help me, she demands. What? You're the good brother, and I know you're just as unhappy about this whole thing as I am. Please, she begs, taking hold of my hand. You've got to help me out. I know you've got a good heart. I can see it in your eyes. I can't, I sigh, taking my hand away from her. Don't get me wrong, the last thing I want for you is to be my brother's plaything. But if I help you get out of here, Fori would know I lent you a hand. He'd come after us both. Ellie's shoulders slump. She takes a few steps back and reclines against the wall. Well then, I have no hope of ever getting my life back. A wave of guilt overcomes me. Wait, I reply. That doesn't mean I can't stop my brother from making his advances on you. She looks up at me with a glint of hope in her eyes. You can? I promise you I'll do my very best. Come on then. We best get you back to your room. Her eyes move to look behind me. Her expression suddenly turns to dread. I turn around to see an irate Fori approaching with his trusted guard, Brilyk, by his side. As if by instinct, I pull Ellie behind me. You jerk! He yells, burning a hole through me with the intensity of his glare. First I go up to the tower to find Ellie isn't there. Now I discover it's you who has taken her? Calm down, it's not like that. I told you to stop meddling in my affairs. Ellie is my property, do you understand? He snaps. He turns to Brilyk. You, my friend, have a very special assignment to do. What will you have me do, my lord? Says Brilyk. You are to stick by Ellie's side permanently, he sneers. Keep her away from everyone else. No hands are to be laid on her unless by me. Behind me, Ellie quivers with fear. Damn, things just got a whole lot more complicated.
Chapter 10. Brilyk. Damn these nobles, who do they think they are? Why do I need to take care of the human? That bastard Fori has just thrown a wrench in my plans. Taking care of this little human thing will only get in the way of them. How am I going to plan a rebellion with this burden on my shoulders? I had thought when Fori dragged the woman into the mansion that I could use her as a cunning distraction. I had assumed that Fori would be so consumed with fulfilling his own desires that I could sneak around the manor uninterrupted with only Ihokha to worry about. But there is no way I can do that now that I have to watch over this little human all the time. She is a feisty thing, and for a minute I can see Fori's attraction to her, though I think his attraction is far more perverse than anything I will ever feel. The human woman struggles against my grip with every step we take, and she never shuts up once. She is constantly begging me for help. Help to get out of the mansion, help to get away from Fori. My heart nearly stops beating at the sound of the fear in her voice. She is truly afraid of Fori. She knows exactly what he is going to do to her. Can you allow this to happen? Can you, who is working for the good of your people, allow this human woman to be raped, to be savaged? Fori will leave her to die. You know he will. I stop walking and force her to a halt. Then I turn to look at the human girl. She is beautiful, actually. Very beautiful. The errant thoughts float through my mind unbidden. The truth of it is that she is beautiful. She must have just been bathed and oiled in preparation for Fori. Now her beauty shines through more clearly. Her long, thick, dark hair has been twisted and braided away from her face. Her bright blue eyes should be sparkling, but instead they are dark and almost dull with fear. She is so afraid. When she smiles, her smile must be wide. I saw her smiling timidly when she spoke to Ihokha, and I do not want to think about why that bothered me so much. And she had dimples in her slightly rounded cheeks. Her face is sweet and her beauty is clearly untouched. And she is a tiny thing. Tiny compared to me anyway, and maybe tiny compared to a lot of other humans. Her body is healthy, supple, lithe, and rounded in all the right places. And it is clear that the sun loves her. Her skin shines with a rosy gold from extended periods of time in the sun. Be quiet. My voice is gruff when I speak, only because my breath hitches in my throat every time I look at her. Please. This is the first time I have talked to her, and instead of following my instructions, she is taking it as a sign that I want to talk to her. Maybe human logic is backwards. Please, please help me. I need to get out of here. You know what is going to happen to me if I stay here. With him. She is pleading with me. I still have a tight grip on her arms, but she has lifted her hands and is wringing them. For a second, she looks older, as if she'll ever age living in this house. But for a second, I can see the old woman in her. I can see her, shorter, plumper, with graying hair. There are lines on her sweet face, and her skin is wizened because she has spent decades in the sun. This image of an older woman is shining from her face at me so clearly that I almost drop her arm. That is how startled I am. Please! Her voice is thick with tears. Please, I need to leave. I need to get out of here. Please, I have a life. I am so young. Please don't let him do this to me. She knows what is about to happen to her. She also knows that she won't make it out of here alive. Be quiet, I tell her again and drag her along with me towards her assigned quarters. Her scent, not the oils and perfumes that she has been slathered in, but her true scent, floats in the air when her hair falls from its twists and braids at the violence of my movement. I cannot help but wince internally at how roughly I am maneuvering her. Her scent winds itself around me. She smells sweet and earthy and bright, like sunshine and freshly turned soil and tagetes flowers. I swallow and then return my focus to getting her back to her room. My thoughts go to Gavarn then. What on earth is he going to think when I cannot bring him the intel I promised him? This rebellion is never going to happen now that I have to babysit her. Instead of being a useful tool to keep Fori distracted, she has become a nuisance. We have finally reached her room, and she pulls and struggles against my grip as we get closer to the door. Please! Her voice is hoarse, and when I look down, her face is wet with tears. Was she crying out loud this entire time? A strange foreign pain twists in my chest as I realize that she is in real pain. Maybe because of the way I have been clutching onto her arm and possibly cutting off the blood flow to her upper arm. Or maybe her pain is simply from realizing that she is doomed. I want to comfort her. The only thing that feels really natural right now is to take her in my arms and let her cry into my chest. Control yourself. When she looks up at me, her blue eyes have gone completely dark and they are devoid of emotion. Maybe she sees something on my face, some sympathy, some emotion that should not be showing on it, because she starts begging again. Please, I don't want to die here. Please don't let me die here, or worse. We both know what worse means. My anger at Fori swells, growing uncontrollably, and I know that if he were to walk down this passageway at this moment, I'd rip his head off. She is a human woman, a nuisance, a servant. Don't bother yourself with her. You should not be feeling this way about her. Shut up, I tell her roughly, and jerk her towards the door. I practically throw her body into the room, and I hear her cry out in real pain. I wince when she starts sobbing, her voice painfully hoarse. Then I take up position next to the door. She cries for a long time, and my chest hurts more and more with every new sob that escapes her. Eventually, she must cry herself to sleep. I wonder if anyone will come to relieve me. The human woman wakes up several hours later. Are you still there? Her voice is soft. It is still hoarse. I hear her moving around. I hear her pouring a glass of water, and then I hear her settling down on the bed in the room. I don't want to be here, I sigh. It is clear that she has decided to continue begging. To my surprise, she starts telling me about her life. I hate being cooped up. You know, I have never worked in a house before. I was the groundskeeper at the Ihokha. The fact both surprises me and does not at the same time. A groundskeeper. That explains the glowing skin and strong body. Even if she is a tiny thing, she is strong for a human woman, I suppose. I love gardening, although I fell into it by accident. I was bought by the Ihokha, and then an older woman, Agatha, took over my training there. I think back to the older woman I saw shining out of her several hours earlier. Again, I picture her as older. Still strong, but wizened, from decades in the sun. It sounds like that is exactly what she wants, to grow old in the sun. She is quiet for a while. Maybe she falls asleep again. I do not know. But then the human girl talks again, and when she does, I find that I do not mind it as much. You know, you must be tired. I wouldn't want to be you. How do you sleep? Or does every command from Fori come with a no-sleep guarantee? He must be a powerful one then. There is wry, mirthless laughter in her voice. I am glad she cannot see me then, because I am grinning. That bastard Fori will never get away with this dot. The thought shocks me. Control yourself. She is simply a human woman. Don't lose your head over her. I think I miss Agatha the most. I have been standing there for more than a day now. Her lunch and supper has come and gone. I guess I don't have anyone else to miss. I don't even remember my parents. That fact makes me strangely sad for her. But then I remind myself that this entire situation is strange. Later, when she becomes quiet again, it is for hours and hours. I worry until I listen carefully and hear her breathing. You miss her.
Chapter 11. Ellie. A few days have passed since the incident in the garden. There's so much to process and think about with the consequences that arose as a result of being caught. Part of me is angry at myself for being found out in the first place, but I'm glad it was by Ihokha. He's nowhere near as psycho as his brother Fori. There's something mysterious about Ihokha. In a way, he seems nice. For one thing, he's not disgusted by the sight of a human, nor does he try to make inappropriate advances on me. Fori has not been around since then, and I can't help but wonder if it's been at the intervention of Ihokha. In the time I've spent alone, I find myself thinking about Ihokha a lot. There's no denying the fact he possesses an oddly attractive air about him, guessing it to be his protective nature. I'm laying on my bed thinking it through when there comes a knock on my door. It opens, and in strolls the large and muscular bodyguard known as Brilyk. As per usual, he doesn't seem all too happy about having to do his job. "A pair of servants are on their way to bathe you. You best get yourself ready." "Again with the Zagfer? Can I not just take a bath myself?" I retort. "Just be ready. Fori expects to see you later on." Damn. A few minutes later, I find myself being escorted to the washroom. I go through the same mundane process as I did a few days prior. This time, however, Brilyk stands guard at the door. His back is turned to me, perhaps to give me a sense of privacy. I notice that the Zagfer washing me are hesitant to touch me inappropriately, perhaps in fear of what Brilyk will do. Although I'd much rather be alone, having him here brings me a strange sense of comfort, similar to the protective vibe I get with Ihokha. After getting dressed, I'm walking through the hallways. With a permanent guard assigned to watch over me every day, it seems as though I can't do anything by myself anymore. As we walk, I sneak a sidelong glance. Surprisingly, I catch him looking at me. As soon as he notices, he whips his gaze to face straight. It's not the first time I've caught him checking me out, leading me to wonder what the deal is with him. Brilyk is just as mysterious to me as Ihokha. He is more silent for sure, but no words are needed to make me take a strange liking to him. He did not say a word back to me when I was rambling to him through the door the other night, but oddly it still felt as though he was listening. I decide to take a chance and strike up a conversation. "I'm not so sure that I want to do this." "To relax with Fori?" he asks. "So you can talk?" I think to myself, resisting the urge to say it to him. "Relax?" I chuckle. There's no relaxing around that guy. I've spent only a few hours in his company, and it's clear he's insane. You seem to know him well. I'm sure you know what I mean. "He can be irritable indeed," says Brilyk. "Try your best not to provoke him." We come to a door leading outside. "Fori should be waiting for you right outside this door. Are you ready?" "Never have been, never will be," I reply. "Best just get this over with." I open the door, greeted suddenly by Fori, who accosts me with alarming speed. "I've been waiting forever to see you," he quips. I tense up immediately, filled with dread as he forcefully takes hold of my hand. "Come on then," he snaps, yanking me away. "We're off to take a walk through the estate. I'm going to show you off like the doll you are." Ugh, this delusional bastard really seems to think I'm his. He grips my hand tight, causing pain to shoot up my arm. "Take it easy, you're hurting me." "Oh, is that right?" he sneers. "Okay, but only because you're so pretty." he continues, running a finger down my cheek. I feel like I want to vomit. Fori takes confident strides as we walk, perhaps feeling as though he's on top of the world with his new little toy. Zagfair and various other elves shoot curious eyes on us as we pass by, no doubt fueling Fori's ego. Should I make him look bad? I wonder to myself. Maybe I should slouch or walk with a limp. Better yet, I should trip him up in front of a woman. As enticing as it sounds in my head to mess with him, I decide it best not to do so, fearing the possible repercussions. That might prove to be a mistake. He's too unpredictable. As if my thoughts have manifested it, there passes us by a distracted Zagfair. He bumps into Fori's shoulder at full force. Fori stops and looks down at his shoulder before glaring at the Zagfair in anger. The servant's eyes fill with fear, like a cup with water, as he throws his hand together. I'm so sorry, please forgive me for my insolence. Fori lets go of my hand and takes menacing steps toward the servant. Brilyk stands nearby, a straight face worn upon him. Leave him be, I say to Fori. It was clearly an accident. Quiet, snaps Fori, throwing a hand up at me. Now you'll see how a true leader deals with such behaviour. The Zagfair mutters something silently to himself, which I guess to be a prayer. However, he seems to know he's done for with each step closer that Fori takes. He makes short work of the servant, beating him to a bloody pulp. Does he think this impresses me or something? I try to step in, but Brilyk throws an arm in front of me, shaking his head. I turn away as it gets messier. The punching finally comes to a stop as Fori appears by my side with a bloodied fist. Brilyk hands him a handkerchief. You there, he calls to a nearby Zagfair. Clean up this mess. He turns to me, wearing a crazed look in his eyes, looking like a predator who has set his sights on his next prey. He flashes an ugly smile as we continue walking. Does he get off on scaring me like this? Crazy bastard. I decide it best to give him no reaction to his antics. I know it's what he wants, and if I give in, it'll only make things worse. Besides, with Brilyk in our company, there is at least some notion of safety. Things finally calm down when we reach the gardens. There, I begin to feel a little better as I tune out my company and focus on the natural beauty of my surroundings. Now that I'm not currently trying to escape, I can appreciate the craftsmanship of this place a bit more. We're immersed deep in its centre. Nearby, the fountain gushes water endlessly, adding to the relaxing atmosphere. Flowers of all colours are easy on the eyes. The only thing that could make this better is if Fori wasn't here, but there's nothing I can do about that. In a small sense, the gardens remind me of home, back when I was tending to the gardens of the Ihokha estate. Strangely, that life felt so far away, like it was of a different age, even though it was just a few days ago. I'm walking by a picnic table when suddenly I'm shoved onto it. Dizzied, I peer up to see an extremely eager Fori approaching me, that same look from before showing again in his eyes. They point between my legs. What are you doing? I tremble. What do you think I'm doing? Laughs Fori as he unzips his pants. I've waited long enough. I'm going to take you right here, right now. Get away! I kick him in the chest, sending him back. He looks at me with a deranged expression. Now you've only made it worse for yourself. Suddenly, Brilyk steps forward as if to stand in front of me. Before I can register what's happening, there rings through the air the shouting of a familiar voice. Fori! Yells Ihokha, coming from behind a hedge. Your presence is required immediately. There's an urgent matter to attend to. What? Now? Yes, I'm afraid it cannot wait. I look at Ihokha, wondering if he's been watching the whole time. I glance at Brilyk, wondering if he was about to protect me as well. Well, it's going to have to start without me. Can't you see I'm busy? Fori returns his gaze to me and returns his hands to his pants. Ihokha jumps in between us, spreading his arms. Can you keep it inside your pants and go be a leader for one damn day? Fine, snaps Fori, but I don't appreciate this. When do you ever appreciate anything? replies Ihokha as he leads his brother away. I breathe a sigh of relief just as Brilyk comes to my side. Are you okay? He asks with genuine concern. I'm all right, I say shakily. I'm sorry that happened. Perhaps we best get you back to your room for now. He offers his hand to pull me back to my feet. As we walk inside, I can't help but wonder what the deal is with these two, for they both seemed eager to rush to my aid. I ponder on what would have gone down if Brilyk stood up to Fori before Ihokha's appearance. Despite the attempted attack by Fori, my mind is focused only on Ihokha and Brilyk. I notice how my body softens at the thought of the both of them, unable to understand why, but knowing for certain that I want them. But can either of them be trusted?
Protheka is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprotheka.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 12. Brilyk. Ellie takes a moment to gather herself before we begin the walk back to her quarters. Meanwhile, I'm trying to process all of what just happened. That was too damn close. Has Fori lost his damn mind? What was he thinking to do such a thing for everyone to see? I couldn't wrap my head around the fact he'd pull a stunt so crazy, forcing me into an awkward position. It's all so frustrating, given my feelings for the human I've been assigned to permanently guard. I found Ellie alluring at first. Nothing more than a pretty woman to admire when she wasn't looking. Alas, now that I'm around her every hour of the day, I feel myself falling for her. I couldn't help it either. As much as I try to push the feelings away, they only come rushing back at me each time I lay my eyes on her. Even now, as I take a step forward to open the entrance for her, I can't help but check out the swivel of her hips as she walks by. Damn it, quit staring, I scold myself. This is no good for my ultimate purpose, to aid in the mission of overthrowing the Renziu brothers. It hasn't helped that I've been unable to acquire intel since I was assigned to her. As a result, the rebellion's chance of success has been put at stake. There's no one else who is able to get as close to Fori as me. Just what does he expect me to do when he attacks Ellie like that? I can't just stand by and do nothing. I shudder at the thought of what would have happened, of what horrible act Fori would have carried out on Ellie. I only put myself forward in the heat of the moment. Reflecting back, it's too much of a risk to take. Standing up to Fori in defense of Ellie would only draw unwanted attention. I wonder now what he would have done had I stepped in front of her. It may have spelled the end of the rebellion once and for all. I can only thank the gods for the intervention of Ihokha. I've seen an interrogation of a suspected rebel firsthand, and they have their way of getting the answers that they want. At the thought of the other Renziu brother coming to save Ellie, I feel a sense of relief wash over me. He may not have known it, but he saved the rebellion from being exposed, allowing us another day to fight for a better future for Infiltration. Yet at the same time, I begin now to ponder on what his reason may have been. Thinking about it now, I realize how he seemed to be more concerned about Ellie than about whatever matter he was blabbering about. Did he do it only to protect the human? I think in suspicion, sprouting thoughts on if the other Renziu brother has an ulterior motive for coming to Ellie's aid. Does he take an interest in Ellie as well? We tread through the halls of the manor as feelings of jealousy brew inside of me. Something doesn't sit right with the fact that Ihokha came to Ellie's aid. He was too insistent, too strong. I must keep an observant eye on Ihokha. Who knows what he has planned? Maybe Fori is right. Maybe his brother really does want Ellie for himself. I do not know as much about Ihokha as I do about Fori, But if he's anything like his brother, I must be sure to do what I can in order to keep Ellie out of his reach. Brilyk, says Ellie, snapping my mind back to reality. Yes, I reply, clearing my throat. I want to say thank you again for looking out for me and everything. The softness in her voice causes my knees to weaken. It's as if her voice is magically able to disarm me and my strong front. No need to thank me, Ellie, I say warmly. She returns her gaze in front of her, wearing a look of deep thought and confusion. Is something the matter? I ask. It's just, you see, I know that Fori asked you to remain by my side at all times and to keep me away from others. But back there, would you have let him, I can see just how painful it is, even just recollecting what went down in the gardens. Without thinking, I take a risk and lay a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I immediately notice the softness in her body and how right it feels in my hands. No, I say with a strong voice. I do not wish unjust harm to come on to anyone, especially those kept under the watchfulness of my guard. I realize I may be coming on a bit strong, thinking of a way to end the conversation. Let's leave it at that. We turn down a long hallway, narrow in its width. Dotted along the walls are paintings depicting the history of Infiltration, with lit sconces in between them. Standing along the walls are guards, watching us as we walk by. Reaching the end of the hallway, we turn up a long stairwell, spiraling as it ascends. I lead the way, occasionally glancing over my shoulder to check on Ellie. She struggles with the steps with her small frame, a sight that amuses me. We reach the upper levels of the estate, coming down another hallway. Instead of decor on the walls, there are windows giving an excellent view of the villages of Infiltration. In the distance, the sun is setting, sinking like a red ball of fire behind the horizon. At the end of the hall is Ellie's room. I turn around to face her as I place my hand on the knob. Ellie, are you hungry? I could do with something to eat, she says, rubbing her stomach. Well, what would you like? I ask. I'll arrange for a spot of dinner to be brought up for you. I'm caught off guard as her mouth curls into a smile, giggling as she does so. What is it? I question. Is there something amusing about sustenance? No, she laughs. It's just that this is the most I've heard you speak. You're never usually this nice. I admit, smiling at her for the first time. I just want to make sure you're okay. I am with you here, she says. Don't worry about me. Now then, about dinner, is there anything you recommend? I reply, surprised by the question. Well, the roasted Torah is good. Well, then roasted Torah it is, she says with a smile. She heads into her room and closes the door. Bewitched for a moment, I force myself to snap out of it. I turn and call to a nearby Zagfer, making the order for Ellie's dinner. As I wait for it to be delivered, I begin to wonder what's gotten into me. What am I doing? I have a mission to concentrate on. I shouldn't be so direct with the human. But damn it, I just can't seem to help myself. The food arrives within a few minutes. Thanking the Zagfer, I turn around and knock politely on the door. Just a minute, calls Ellie's muffled voice through the wood. It opens, her standing aside and ushering for me to enter. Without thinking twice, I step into her quarters. I set the tray of food down on the table, dusting off my hands thereafter. Steam emanates from the dish of roasted Torah, complemented by the mashed burgona and thick gravy sauce lathered over it, producing a mouth-watering aroma. There you are, I say to Ellie. I'll leave you to eat in peace. Wait, will you stay for a while? Just while I eat, I just want a bit of company from someone who doesn't try to harm me, asks Ellie. Honored by her request, I eagerly accept, again totally ignoring how openly affectionate and forward I'm being. Make yourself comfortable in bed, and I'll bring you your food, I say to her. Room service, I like it, she jokes as she climbs into bed. I lay the tray in front of her and hand over her knife and fork. Resigning to the table, I take a nearby chair and take a seat, facing Ellie. I watch as she takes a first bite, pleasure coming over her face. It's good, isn't it? I ask. I might need to order a second one, she laughs. Do you want a bite? Oh no, I'm okay, I say. So tell me, she asks in between bites, do you actually like your job here? I do. It allows me to gather intel about, divert it quickly, about how to be a better guard. You see, I'm hoping to move to another continent at some point and take up a job at whatever kingdom I end up at. I see, nods Ellie. So you don't care too much for Ihokha and Fori then? I'll be honest with you for a moment, I say. I lean forward and bring my tone down to a whisper. I honestly couldn't care any less about either of them, especially Fori. She suddenly bursts into laughter with a mouthful of food. The sound of it is like music to my ears. Embarrassed, she immediately covers her mouth. I'm sorry, she chuckles. You're okay, I laugh. You know something, Brilyk? I've met some real jerks over the past few days, but you're not one of them. She and I spend the night talking to each other. For the first time ever since I stepped foot onto the Renziu grounds, I forget all about the rebellion, my mind instead becoming solely occupied by Ellie and all the amazing things about her.
Chapter 13, Ihokha. Thank the gods I was keeping an eye on my brother Fori. A voice in my head told me something might have happened today, so I'd been keeping myself at a distance during his time with Ellie. It's a shame about that Zagfer he has put into medical care. The worst part was catching him in the act, when he was about to do unspeakable things to Ellie. Had I not intervened, things would have taken a turn for the worse. Though I swore that I saw Brilyk take a step forward right before I did. The sight was most peculiar indeed. As Fori's most trusted guard, I have always viewed Brilyk as nothing more than a glorified errand boy. Just what exactly was he going to do? I wondered to myself. Was he going to intervene too? Sticking by Ellie's side is one thing, but for him to come to her protection is another matter altogether. I must remember to keep an observant eye on him. Regardless, it's a good thing I pulled Fori away. There's concerning troubles looming ahead for the both of us, and as much as I hate to admit it, I need my brother to help sort things out. I open the entrance to the manor and turn to him, gesturing for him to enter first. Come on then, I say. We will discuss these matters in my office, away from prying eyes and curious ears. Very well then, let's make this quick. I lead him through the hallways and corridors, Zagfer and Miyu bowing and saluting as we walk by. If things do not go our way in the very near future, it is a sight that we won't behold for much longer. The gods know just how much forced respect feeds my brother's ego. We reach my office. Again, I open the door and look around for suspicious persons before following him in. So then what is it? Asks Fori. There's majorly concerning news coming from the far sides of our territory. I've received several reports of growing rebellion efforts in the outskirts of Infnor. To what extent? Small riots in the villages. On top of that, they're ravaging military supply carts coming in from elsewhere, all in the name of getting us out of the land. Fori grunts and turns towards the window, stroking his chin in deep thought. This is not good, he mutters. If this continues, the rebel movement will be better equipped, and if they succeed in cutting off our supply routes entirely, we'll be boxed in with nowhere to go. Something must be done to put an end to this, he says, spinning around to face me. We must show a firm hand in the face of this danger, brother. You're right, he replies, a sick smile etching its way across his face. I say we clamp our feet down and gather these protesters into a cage. Then we can have them tortured and executed in the public eye in order to teach Infnore a lesson. Are you insane? I retort. That's quite possibly the worst idea you've ever come out with. What's wrong with it? He barks. Doing something like that will be the quickest way we lose support from the good people in the villages. Word spreads swiftly amongst these folk, and then the rebel movement will increase tenfold. Fori sneers and turns away for a moment. We need to handle this matter diplomatically, I tell him. Well then, what do you suggest? He asks. The best way we can get the people back on our side is for you to go on a royal tour throughout the land. A tour? He laughs. What would that entail? It would mean you go to visit each and every village, a meet and greet if you will. You can bring supplies directly from our storehouse to them, and give to the people grains from other continents to get their livelihood back. There's no way those peasants are getting their measly hands on our food, snarls Fori. Too late, I retort. I've already made arrangements with the Zagfer to have them prepared and ready to go. What? He barks, his voice rising in volume. Without consulting me first? Let's be honest here, I say calmly. You were never going to go willingly. You're already hesitant to give the rebellion any of your precious time. Son of a... I know exactly why you're doing this. He spits. What kind of bull is he about to come out with now? I think in frustration as I run a hand over my head. I've seen the look in your eye, he snarls. What? You just want to have Ellie all to yourself, don't you? Well, I won't allow it, Suddenly, I snap and pound a heavy fist down on the table, causing him to recoil in fright. You fool! Do you really think this is all about her? I bellow. Is that the amazing conclusion that you've come to with that small brain of yours? Watch it, brother, he growls. No, you watch it, I shout. You have a responsibility to this land. If you're so concerned about this fabled rebellion movement, then why don't you go and do the tour? At this point, I'm fighting back every urge to leap forward and rip the hair from his scalp. Because, I hiss through my teeth, you are the one who is the heir to this land. It is your name on the official documents. At that moment, an idea sprouts into my mind, one that is sure to get Fori out of here. There's nothing more that he values than the power in his hands. Maybe you don't have to do the tour, I say. After all, I can write a letter to the council and double-check. Perhaps I'm the true heir. Fori's eyes widen. Within his glare is the look of a cornered beast, seeking an escape from an encircling ring of enemies. Fine, he snaps. I will do this damn tour. If you dare lay a hand on Ellie, so help me, I will. You need not worry about that, Fori, I tell him. Unlike you, I'm genuinely concerned for the well-being of this land, its people, and for our position as their leaders. Not what's between a woman's legs. Whatever. I will depart on this stupid tour first thing tomorrow morning, so I can get it over with. I trust you'll look after everything here. As if I don't already do all of that, I mutter, lowering my volume. What's that? He snaps. Nothing, I reply, not wanting to start another quarrel. I head to the door and open it, gesturing for us to leave. Come on then, I'm sure you have plenty of packing to do. Fori scoffs and swiftly brushes past me, making a turn for his private quarters. I walk in the opposite direction, in need of some alone time after having my nerves worked up. I make way for my own room. As I do, my brother's voice echoes inside my head. You just want to have Ellie all to yourself. It keeps repeating, eating up all of my attention as I approach my door. I'm so unaware that I don't notice the Zagfer coming my way until we bump into each other. Sorry, sir, he says nervously. I raise my hand, causing him to quiver and wince. I lay a reassuring hand on his shoulder, which he looks at with confusion. I'm not my brother, I chuckle. That was my fault. Go on now, get back to your duties. Yes, sir. I step into my room, reclining back against it, as I let out a long, heavy sigh of exhaustion. I run a hand over my face and walk to my cabinet, beside which lays my desk. From it, I pull out a glass and a bottle of Zisk. As I down a mouthful of the brown liquid, I mull over what my brother said to me. Is what he said true? I'm concerned with the rebellion for certain, but I cannot deny that I do feel something for the human. I think now of her blue eyes and long black hair flowing in the wind, the image of which reminds me of the Sea of Protheka set against the night sky. The image of her face in my mind causes my knees to weaken, and so I take a seat at my desk. Moving causes my thoughts to break from their immersion, bringing with it a reminder that what I'm feeling isn't right. She's a kidnapped woman, damn it! It's wrong! It doesn't help that her captor happens to be my brother. As hard as I fight, there's no rational conclusion I can come to. My brain can think of all these reasons not to like Ellie, but I can't help what my heart feels. I know it's unfair to her while she's going through this, but I want her, and badly at that. Still, I must keep in mind that her safety is more important. With Fori gone for a few weeks, she at least won't be in any imminent danger. Resigning, I pour myself another drink, grateful that at least one problem has been temporarily dealt with.
Chapter 14. Ellie. There's something in the air today that I can't place, but can definitely feel. A tension that seems to hang over the whole estate, jumping from one person to another and clinging to the walls. Even the Zagfur that are trussing me up like some kind of ornamental doll seem to be holding their breath. The tension is contagious, and anxiety works its way into my muscles that are already so tight and constrained in this damn attire. Even Brilyk, who is usually stubborn and immovable like a boulder, seems to be on edge. As usual, I'm brought to the manor, but there's a bustle about it that makes it obvious something is going on. Outside, a carriage is pulled up, and there are bags ready to be loaded onto it. To the side stand Fori and Ihokha. What's going on? I mutter to myself. My muscles tighten further at the sight of the brute that seems intent on torturing me. Fori wears a stern look upon his face, as does his brother, and yet there's something so different about them. Terror now rips through me. Am I being taken away by Fori? Am I to lose the only security and sense of comfort that I'm afforded in the god-awful place, that of Brilyk and Ihokha? I swear my stomach is about to fall right out of me as Fori makes his way towards me, reaching me in just a few large strides. He looms over me, his face as disgusting as ever, and slams his mouth against mine. If I didn't think it would get me beaten or killed, I'd push him away and vomit at his feet. The act disgusts me so much. But there's no such opportunity for a woman like me in my position. I have to go away, but don't worry, little pet. There will be plenty of time to do the things I have planned when I return, he says, as he grabs my behind. Swallowing every ounce of fear and disgust that he induces in me, I say nothing, do nothing, except look over to Ihokha as his brother bends over and rasps into my ear. I'm going to claim every inch of you, show you what a dark elf is really made of. That sweet little hole of yours is mine. Come now, brother. It's about time you took your leave, don't you think? Ihokha says, clearly seeing my distress. It's the only thing that keeps me from collapsing into a heap on the ground, knowing that at least he is willing to afford me some protection and dignity. So eager to be rid of me, Fori says, turning to him. You just make sure you keep your hands and your member away from my little pet here, he replies. Ihokha says nothing, just waits for the Zagfurs to load up the carriage and for his brother to get in. When he does, relief swims through me. He may have some awful things lined up for me when he returns, but for now at least there's some respite from him. As he pulls off, I feel myself becoming lighter with each turn of the wheels, and excitement even builds in me as Ihokha approaches me. It seems like he has something to say. But before I can even hear a word of what this might be, a firm hand grabs my arm, and I am whisked away by Brilyk. It's almost as if he is unwilling to leave me with Ihokha, and even though I'm disappointed not to hear what he has to say, I find some comfort knowing that Brilyk feels this way. The day passes more comfortably than any so far since my arrival. Just knowing there is some distance between myself and that foul creature is enough to make me feel as though I can breathe again. Without fear pressing at me, I'm free to indulge in other activities, such as thinking about the two dark elves that I've become so intrigued by, both so different and yet both making me wonder what it would be like to know more intimately. Maybe now, with Fori gone, it is my chance. Later that night, Brilyk is standing guard outside my room as always, as I sit and brush out my hair, glad to be free of the hairpins, the corsets, the dresses, and sat only in my nightgown that is flowing and flimsy. As I look back at myself in the mirror, I feel something growing inside me, a need, a confidence, an opportunity. I undo the fastening at my bust and pull apart the ribbon, exposing the top of my chest. Smiling, I get up and open the door, delighting in the shocked look on Brylyk's face as he takes me in. I was thinking you might want to come in and spend some time with me, I say, leaning against the doorframe, pulling my dark, loose hair over my shoulder. What are you doing? He says, his eyes travelling down to where I intend them to be. I'm asking you to come in, I reply, as if this isn't completely obvious. Enough, Eleanor, he snaps. Enough what? I tease. There aren't many dark elves that can carry off the whole mean and moody thing and make it alluring. But for some reason he does. For me at least. Come on in. Keep me company for a while. His nostrils flare and his icy green eyes narrow. That's a terrible idea, he says. Fine, I say, acting as if his refusal bothers me. I turn and close the door, but he's not getting away that easy. For a few moments I go quiet, and I wonder if he's at the door listening, maybe even reconsidering. Slowly, quietly, I tiptoe over to the window before slamming it down hard, as if pretending to sneak out. It does the trick, with Brilyk bursting in immediately, his eyes now wide, and his body ready for action, I hope. I can't help but let out a laugh, and his face goes from one of concern to relief to annoyance in a matter of seconds. With a firm and sudden movement, he slams the door shut and stands glaring at me. I thought this was a bad idea, I say. He pins me with those eyes of his and stalks towards me. You're playing with me, Ellie, he says. I'll play if you want to, I reply. He shakes his head and presses his lips together. Everything about him oozes sex appeal, the menacing way in which he's looking at me, just adding to the desire that is growing between my legs. And do you even know who you're playing with? He says, his voice low and deep.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 15. Brilyk. It is a glorious day with the bright sun shining down and no clouds in the blue sky. I awoke feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep and even had a filling breakfast with Ellie in the morning time. Last night played out so wonderfully that I question if it was all a dream. I feel like I'm on top of the world as we take a walk through the manor gardens together. In a way, it feels as though we're on a date. When other guards aren't looking, we share snacks that I grab from the pantry, eating them between conversations and laughter. She nudges my elbow and shoots me a curious look, rousing my interest. What is it? I ask. I just never knew you could be like this, she says. Well, I am a normal person beneath this suit of armor. I know, she chuckles. Maybe it's just because you're technically on duty. I'm not supposed to be behaving like this, I say as I look around cautiously. So just keep this a secret between you and I, okay? Yeah, sure thing, she laughs. As we talk and find out more about each other, I find myself slipping deeper and deeper into the crevices of her love spell. As a result, I have difficulty parting with her, even if just for a moment. I haven't forgotten about the rebel movement. The rebellion has been at the forefront of my mind for so many years that it has become as natural to me as breathing has. In the back of my mind, a voice reminds me that the time to report to Gavarn Krasash is soon approaching. In fact, there is a meeting taking place tonight in a secret hideout spot in the woods, though I'm unsure if I'll be able to attend. On one shoulder, I have my rebel voice yelling to go to it, to tell the news of Fori's departure from the manor. On the other, there is the part of me saying not to leave Ellie unattended. The events of last night have only strengthened my instinct to protect her. I dare not willingly leave her alone under the eyes of Ihokha. My suspicions of him are at an all-time high after seeing the look on his face as he approached Ellie. I thought I saw her excited to see him, but I've convinced myself that it was just an overthought. Still, with Fori gone, the time has never been more perfect for the rebels to strike. He will not have the same level of security on the roads, meaning it's an opportune time to take him out once and for all. With him out of the way, the attack on the estate can commence. I silently mull over Gavern's plans of him conducting a full frontal offense from the outside while I handle business on the inside. The rebel itch in me begs to be scratched, causing me to become excited and restless as the realization the end is near for the Renzi brothers. I just need to think of a way that I can deal with Ellie. Attacks come with a chance of innocent blood being spilled, and I do not wish for Ellie's to be amongst it. I watch her as she runs ahead, frolicking between the bushes and flowers. There has to be something I can do to keep her safe. I think then of the secret roads I created underneath the manor, the ones I've been using to sneak away for years. I could escort her out of here through those tunnels before the attack commences. Satisfied with my plan, a smile spreads across my face. It's perfect. People like Ihokha will think that she died in the battle. Up ahead, Ellie smiles as an apis lands on her fingers, bouncing around for a moment before turning its attention to the flowers. I think of her old life, from when she wasn't under the chains of the Renzius. Best of all, she will be a free woman again, just as she deserves to be. With the mission accomplished, Infiltration will be liberated, Fori will be a rotting corpse, and Ihokha will be ousted. I walk forth to join her, already envisioning the life of peace we'll live together when all is said and done. Under my care, she'll forever be out of harm's way. I stop by her side as she bends over, admiring the petals of the flowers. She looks up at me with a smile so radiant that it shines brighter than the sun. I offer her my hand, which she graciously accepts. Her and I then continue walking through the maze of the gardens. "You seem happiest when you're out here," I remark. "That's because this is the only place I feel at home in. It reminds me a lot of my old life." "Tell me more about that. You mentioned how you used to work on another estate." "That's right, for another dark elf by the name of Veteran Anakni. I was the main groundskeeper there." "Self-taught?" "Oh no, I wouldn't be as good as I am with gardens if it wasn't for an old teacher of mine," she says, breathing a sigh of contemplation. "Her name was Agatha, best friend that I ever had." Has she?" "Yeah," says Ellie with a hint of sadness. "She passed away a few years ago." "Well, it seems as though she imparted plenty of knowledge to you. Not even the gardeners here handle the plants with such care as you do." "Oh, come on, don't tease me," she laughs. "They do just fine here, although they could do with a lesson or two." "That's what I thought," I reply. She stops and looks around, a look of longing in her eyes. "You know, I just wish that if I had to come here, that it was under different circumstances. Why couldn't Fori have looked at my gardening skills and offered me a job as a groundskeeper here? Maybe things wouldn't be so bad then. I'm afraid the last thing Fori appreciates is a nice garden to lay in." "You're right," she sighs. "The only thing he wishes to lay in is between my legs. That's never going to happen." "What was it like to work for Mr. Anakni?" I ask. "It was fine. I actually got to enjoy myself quite a bit at his residence. I did my work well and without mistakes, so it afforded me a lot of leeway in terms of liberty. It was a lot of strenuous work at times, but it's what I enjoyed doing." "A lot of liberty, you say? Tell me, Ellie, if you were to be a free woman again, what would you do?" "First thing would be to get out of here," she chuckles. "Far, far away. Maybe I'd go back to work for Mr. Anakni, but I don't know." As she speaks, I make mental notes of what she wants so that I can give it to her in the near future when I get her out of here. "There's not really much point in talking about being free," sighs Ellie. "It'll only make me miss it more. Chances are I'm never going to have it again." Before I can reply, a familiar voice calls out to Ellie. We both turn around to spot Ihokha approaching. What does this guy want? There is a noticeable glint of desire in his eyes, a sight I don't like the look of. Given his brother's reputation, the urge to protect Ellie rises within me. I fight back this urge to spring forward at him, knowing everything is screwed if I do. Unexpectedly, Ellie goes to greet him. They take each other's hands as he plants a kiss on her cheek. "What in the—" They walk by me, Ihokha having taken my place as if I was never there in the first place. Ihokha ignores my presence completely, only further igniting my hatred for him. Reluctantly, I take post a few meters behind them, following as they continue the garden trail. "So," says Ihokha, "I hope you're not dying of boredom out here by yourself." Does he even know that I'm here? Oh, I'm fine. Brilyk has been keeping me company. So I see. Well, at least now you've been joined by someone who is here by choice. Son of a... What have you been up to since Furry left? Asked Ellie. Just continuing my normal duties. In reality, nothing has changed. I handle the everyday running of the estate while Furry just reaps the benefits of his title. I thought just as much. You seem much more capable as a leader, says Ellie in a tone a bit too suggestive for my liking. I'm about to butt in when Ihokha blurts an insane idea out of his mouth. Say, I would very much like to keep this conversation going all day. Why don't you join me for dinner tonight? He asks. I'd love to, replies Ellie. I can't fight it anymore. I spring to Ellie's side and grab her by the wrists, surprising both her and the jerk trying to take her away from me. What are you doing? Hisses Ellie. What's gotten into you, Brilyk? Says Ihokha. I'm under strict orders from Infnor's leader to keep Ellie away from everyone else, I reply, tightening my grip on her wrist. That includes you. With that, I whisk her away back to the manor.
Chapter 16. Ellie. They're all the same. I trusted Brilyk, but he turned out to be just like Furry. I am angry and disappointed, and the two emotions blend weirdly inside me. My face is hot, and tears spring to my eyes as I try to twist out of Brylyk's grip. They're all the same. All dark elves are the same, except maybe Ihokha, who I actually enjoy spending time with. I am angry at being manhandled so unceremoniously, so painfully, by Brilyk. And I am disappointed because I have actually grown fond of him. Very fond of him. But his behaviour now is showing me that maybe he is just like Furry. Technically, he is enforcing Furry's rule, but I thought now that Furry was gone, Brilyk wouldn't be as strict. Maybe he is just a sucker for the rules. I can't believe you're doing this. I huff the words out as he drags me away from the garden. My neck is now as hot as my face, and I must be as red as the sky when the sun is setting. Angry tears brim up in the corner of my eyes, and I slap at Brylyk's hand as he continues pulling me away from Ihokha. You're just angry because you wanted to spend more time with Ihokha, I think to myself. And I know that it is the truth, because being around Ihokha makes me feel like, for the first time since coming here, everything will be okay. Now, by enforcing Furry's rule, Brilyk has just shattered all of that. We arrive at my rooms, and Brilyk yanks the door open with such force that it shocks me. Why is he so angry? Is he so loyal to Furry that he doesn't want to see me with Ihokha at all? Please let go! I squeal the words and slap at his hand that tightens its grip around my arm even more. Be still. Go to your room. The words come from Brilyk in grunts, and I am shocked by the pure anger on his face when he practically throws me into the room. He is still gentle enough that I have a soft landing on the bed. He is making as if to leave when I stand up and say his name. My voice is strong and hard and demanding, and his name, when it comes from my mouth, is a clear order. An order to stay. Brilyk! He stops in his tracks, and for a moment I have to marvel at the fact that I have some power over at least one of these dark elves. Then I think back to how Ihokha was acting around me. Maybe I have power over more than one of them. Brilyk sighs so heavily that I am surprised that his body doesn't deflate. Then he turns to me with a very reluctant look on his face. I don't miss the way the anger lingers around the edges of his face. There is anger in the hard lines of his lips that are pressed together in a straight line. There is anger in the tightness of his shoulders. There is anger in the way his large hands are curled into fists. But I am angry too. Tears well up in the corners of my eyes again when I think about how he manhandled me. I did not deserve that, especially not from someone I was starting to trust. Why did you do this? My voice is hot. Why did you drag me away from Ihokha? Furry is gone and I know you don't like him. Or are you so good at hiding your feelings that you've been loyal to him all this time? I will remember the way the switch flipped in Brilyk. I saw it, though I was not conscious of it at the moment. But later on, I will remember the way his eyes flashed red and the way his eyelids fluttered. He was controlling his anger right before then. Now, though, Brilyk explodes. "How dare you question me?" he is shouting, and I shudder with fear and another emotion that I can't quite quantify. "You cannot trust anyone here, not least Ihokha." "Why not?" I shoot back, and my voice is sharp. Why does he hate them so much? And why does he continue working for them when he hates them so much? He speaks through gritted teeth. You just can't trust any of them. I cannot help but throw my head back and laugh. What else am I supposed to do when my captor approaches me? My voice is high-pitched and I run my hands through my hair, pulling the dark tresses out of its braid. "What do you expect from me? I'm trying not to get killed here. I had to talk to him. Maybe I can't trust him, but I can't trust you either." Brilyk snorts and rolls his eyes at my words. "Well, if that's the excuse you're going with, then I will be telling Ihokha that you're ill and cannot attend dinner." "Of course that's what you're going to do." I laugh again, and my laughter is high-pitched too, and for a minute I am scared. Scared of how comfortable I've become at fighting with a dark elf. "Girl, how did you get here?" Agatha's voice resonates throughout my head. "Of course," I mutter and start pacing around the room. "You're just like the rest of them. You're trying to get me to bend to your will. You're as bad as Fori. At least he made it clear what he wanted from me." Brilyk takes several steps away from me. When I turn to look at him, his eyes are wide with shock. He is clearly still angry. His lips are still pressed into that hard line, but he shakes his head and says nothing. Don't trust them. Don't ever trust them. This time, I cannot distinguish between my voice and Agatha's voice in my head. "You should leave." My voice, when I speak, is dull. Brilyk does not argue with me, but turns and leaves. He does not slam the door, which is what I was expecting. I do trust him, though. I trust both of them. Even though I know I shouldn't. I cannot help but feel bad about what I said to Brilyk. His hatred for the Renzui family is more and more obvious with every interaction I have with him. It must have hurt him to be compared to them. But then maybe he shouldn't have dragged me away from Ihokha like I'm a naughty child. My thoughts are fierce, albeit confused. I find myself pacing the room as I think about the situation, and soon I want to tear my hair out from exasperation. Don't trust them. You can't trust any of them. I know that I should not trust any of the dark elves. To us humans, they have been a monolith of power and hatred. Fori is an example of what so many humans, especially human women, have endured. No human in their right mind would trust a dark elf. Not when so many of them think that whipping their human slaves or doing worse is the standard practice. I am still pacing a half an hour later, and I realise that the situation I am in is probably going to drive me crazy. The problem is that my rational mind tells me that trusting either Brilyk or Ihokha is a bad thing. But deep down, I have come to trust them both. And I have even come to care for them. I care for both men, both dark elves, in ways that I have never cared for anyone else. There is a knock on my door then, and when I open it, I see that servants have been sent to prepare me for my dinner with Ihokha. It seems that Brilyk did not follow through on his threat. The servants prepare to bathe me and wash my hair, and I let them do what they need to. They oil my body and hair, and then lace me into a beautiful dress. All I can think of, as they move me about like a ragdoll, is what dinner with Ihokha will be like. Will it be romantic? My cheeks burn at the thought. You should not be thinking that way. But the truth of it is too late. Ihokha and Brilyk have taken up space in my heart. I don't know how or when this happened, but it is too late. How am I possibly going to do this? How can I possibly have space for both men in my heart? Two men so dangerous. I shudder as the servants brush out my hair, and then coil it into intricate braids around my head. I am in dangerous waters with both Ihokha and Brilyk, and I don't know how to get out of it.
Chapter 17. Brilyk. You know that you cannot actually stop her from attending the dinner, right? I almost roll my eyes at myself. Of course I cannot. Because Eleanor is right. If I stop her from attending because of my own selfish reasons, then I would be no better than Fori. You also realize that you want her all to yourself for reasons that have nothing to do with Fori? When are you going to face your feelings? The thoughts are nagging and frustrating. I decide to ignore them. Instead, I focus my attention on the wall opposite me as I stand outside Eleanor's door. I can hear her pacing up and down inside her room, and I can practically feel her anger oozing underneath the doorframe. You really hurt her. I realize then that I need to be gentler with her. No more dragging her around like a piece of old meat. I know that the servants will be arriving at any moment to prepare Eleanor for the dinner. A shiver trembles down my spine as I think about Eleanor's dinner with Ihokha. He won't hurt her. Is that what you're afraid of? That he'll hurt her? I think back to the moment in the garden when Eleanor and Ihokha were together. Before you pulled her away, he won't hurt her. My fear, I realize then, is that Ihokha will hurt her. I just have to hope that he won't, and I have to hang my hope on the way he was looking at her in the garden. This isn't helping much. You're still afraid, and you feel terrible about exploding in front of her. I know that I should not have done that. You were just trying to protect her. I tell myself fiercely. I was trying to protect her, even though I should not have tried to force her into anything. You know her by now. You know who she is. You shouldn't have done that. I hear them then, the servants, twittering and laughing as they walk down the passageway to Eleanor's room. Bile rises in my throat and I swallow it down angrily as I step aside and unlock the door. The servants eye me warily as they step inside. She is going to be having dinner with Ihokha. She is going to be having dinner with someone who isn't you. How could I possibly take her to dinner? How could I possibly give her anything that Ihokha can? I remember then that I have a meeting with Gavarn soon. Our plans for the rebellion are still in motion, and I am more determined than ever to bring the Renzui family down. This meeting with Gavarn is the first one I have been able to have in a long time. I have been stuck in the manor for weeks now. You have been stuck with Eleanor, getting to know her, falling for her. Getting away from my duties in the manor has been difficult. It should have been easier for me to slip away with Fori gone. However, I knew that I could never leave Ellie alone with Ihokha. Ellie. She has a really pretty name, doesn't she? It just rolls off the tongue. Ultimately, she is vulnerable, and Ihokha could hurt her at any moment. But tonight I will be attending the meeting with Gavarn. I do not think Eleanor will want me around anyway. I can hear her inside with the servants. I can hear the water splash as they bathe her and wash her hair, and I have to take several gulping breaths as more unwanted images rise to the front of my mind. They aren't that unwanted. She is so beautiful, and picturing her like that, naked and dripping with water, does things to me that I can't understand. You should not have dragged her away from Ihokha like that. You should have let her be. Then maybe she wouldn't be this angry with you. I am quite sure that she hates me now. You drove her right into Ihokha's arms, I think angrily to myself. And again, all I can see is the look on Ihokha's face when they were walking through the gardens. How could I be this stupid? How could I hurt her like that? Why didn't I realize that this would drive her away? I try to focus on the meeting with Gavarn while Eleanor continues getting ready. It will be a strategy meeting, and I know that a lot must have happened during the previous meetings I have missed. I have gathered some intel for Gavarn, and I only hope that it will prove useful. I also know that Gavarn has been doing his best to keep the rebellion going. And it seems to be working, because lately, whenever I have seen Ihokha, he has looked stressed out. The constant crease between his brows and the way his mouth is set in a hard line, unless he has been speaking with Ellie, tells me that our side is winning. The fact that the rebellion is so successful is just proof that the time for the Renzui family's rule is over. Soon Cantor will be free, and Fori and Ihokha will be out of power. And the thought excites you because secretly, you're hoping that you'll get a chance with Eleanor. The truth of the thought does not shock me. More and more, I am realizing that I care for Ellie, fiercely and wholly, and I do not know what I would do if she fell for Ihokha's charms. What I do know is that I am willing to do what it takes to protect her from him. Silence from Eleanor's bedroom alerts me to the fact that she is probably done preparing for the dinner with Ihokha. My stomach twists painfully, and I have to take more gulping breaths. But this time, not because of any inappropriate images that have risen to mind. Just be calm. Just be calm. Ihokha probably won't hurt her at dinner. It would be too obvious, and the council would definitely find out. The door opens and the servants step out, followed by Eleanor. And when I see her, my heart falls to the depths of my stomach. My breath hitches in my throat, and my skin goes cold. She is a vision in a long, flowing dress. Her burnished skin is a warm, rosy color, no doubt an effect from the hot bath. Her long, dark hair falls down her back, and flowers are threaded through her hair. The servants have applied color to her lips, and in the steadily dimming light, her eyelashes look long. She is looking directly at me, and the two servants are standing around us, with their hands on their hips, watching us. I don't say anything, and I do not do anything. Instead, I turn away from her and focus my attention on the wall opposite me. I do not miss Eleanor's sharp intake of breath. Was she expecting a different reaction? Was she expecting you to say something? To compliment her? The thoughts are tumultuous, and I am tempted to turn back to her and fall to my knees. I am tempted to tell her how I feel and that she looks like a goddess, but I do not. Eleanor stays still for a moment before speaking. You need to walk me to dinner. I'm not allowed to be alone, remember? Her voice is lifeless. I swallow and then turn. I indicate for her to start walking, and she does. There is an extra sway in her hips, and the dress rustles softly in her wake. I cannot believe she dressed up for that idiot, for that fool. My anger at the situation grows with every step that we take. All I want to do right then is take Eleanor in my arms and run far away from this goddamn manor and Ihokha and everything that comes with it. In fact, I would be willing to give up working on the rebellion if I could escape with Eleanor. I shake myself before I dissolve into hopeless fantasies, and also because the servants have been throwing me odd looks throughout our walk to the dining room. I can't let them suspect anything, and even if I could formulate a coherent sentence, I could not say it in front of them. Not that Ellie would want to hear it anyway. She hates you, remember? We arrive at the dining room, and Ihokha stands as soon as we enter the room. I remain in the doorway and prepare to leave as Eleanor is helped into her seat by Ihokha. Ihokha's eyes widen the minute he saw her. I can see him swallowing convulsively from where I stand across the room. I hate him for looking at her like that, and I also cannot blame him. She is the most beautiful woman both of us have ever seen. Right then, I know exactly how Ihokha feels about Eleanor.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 18. Ihokha. The dinner with Eleanor is in an hour, and I walk quickly to my office before I start preparing. There are a few things I need to do, and besides, the Zagfers are still setting up the dining room and doing the cooking. I have also already gotten dressed and done my usual ablutions. My dark hair is tied away from my face, and I'm wearing the traditional colors and clothing of the Renzui house. I realized earlier as I got dressed that I was no better than Fohori had been the first night he brought Eleanor home. I'm wearing my best, most regal clothing. I'm wearing clothing that shows off the wealth of my family. I let out a snort of disgust as I pull the file that I requested from the desk, where one of my guards placed it neatly. The file belongs to Brilyk, who I do not trust as far as I can throw him. And with my strength, I could probably throw him very far. Don't underestimate that guard. He looks deadly, the voice in my head says begrudgingly. There are several reasons why I do not like Brilyk. Firstly, he had no right to step between myself and Eleanor. He also had no right to speak for her. He is just a guard, and a lowly one at that. I do not like servants who step out of their position. Do not forget that Ellie was bought as a servant and stepped out of her position several times. A wry smile spreads across my face as I remember the way Eleanor scaled the wall outside her bedroom the first night Fori brought her here. The situation with Brilyk is different, though. The guards who work for the Renzui family are here to protect us. They are not here in any other capacity. They are supposed to take orders and follow them. The last thing any noble family wants is a guard who steps out of line. Anyway, Eleanor has proven that she is perfectly capable of speaking for herself. She does not need a guard like Brilyk to speak for her. The thought of the guard's behavior annoys and unnerves me in equal measure. He seems determined to get between Eleanor and I. The way he jumped between us was going overboard. His actions do not feel like the actions of a guard who is simply following Fori's orders. I know then that I need to know more about Brilyk. Whatever his motives are, I do not think they have anything to do with loyalty to Fori. The knowledge comes to me so slowly that I almost feel stupid that I did not realize it at first. Brilyk was angry, not because I was going against Fori's orders, but because he thought something was going on between Ellie and I. The bastard was jealous. I almost laugh out loud. He is right, though. Something is going on between Eleanor and myself. Or at least, I hope it is. I go through his file carefully. A lot of the information was compiled by one of the guards I trust the most. I see instantly that Brilyk comes from one of the villages where the rebellion has been brewing for months now. He lived there his entire life and trained to become a guard there before coming to Kantor. Brilyk was even arrested once, during his youth, for protesting the arrival of the Royal Guard when my father ruled Kantor. So why in the name of the 13 is he working for us now? I take several steps back before I take a seat behind my desk. Brilyk has not been working for us for that long compared to the other guards. In fact, most of the information that has escaped the boundaries of this manor has happened right after Brilyk started working here. Could he be working with the rebellion? Is that the only reason that he is working here? To get intel on us, to feed to the rebellion? It makes sense. The other guards have always shown their loyalty through their devotion to this family. But I've always had the feeling that Brilyk does not actually want to be here. This is a dangerous situation to be in. And with Ellie involved, it can explode into something very ugly. If Brilyk is really working for the rebellion. Although I have no proof of this. And he also has feelings for Ellie. Then he is a clear enemy. If all this is true, then I cannot make a move yet. I need real, clear proof. Because if it is true and I dismiss him right away, I could be giving up a valuable resource. And that's only if all this is true. You need proof first. You can't rush into anything. Do not do anything that Fori would do. I grin to myself. If my brother knew this about Brilyk, he'd probably have the guard executed. I have to say that the thought of Brilyk being executed is not the worst thing I've heard. Especially if he does have feelings for Ellie. When did you become so possessive of her? When I realized that I was falling for her. I look at the watch on my desk then and realize that I'm about to be late for dinner with Ellie. I take one last look in the mirror in my office before I leave and smooth my hair down. You're being ridiculous. You're worse than Fori. I make it to the dining room in record time. I am barely in my seat when I hear Eleanor approaching. I stand quickly, ensuring that I do not look rushed, and then she walks in. Any composure I may have gained in the 5 minutes that I have been in the dining room is lost to me. She looks stunning. She looks like a gift given by the 13. She's dressed in a flowing dress and her skin glows. She has applied color to her lips, and she has darkened her lashes. Her long, thick, dark hair falls down her back, and flowers are threaded through her hair. My chest tightens at the sight of her, and for a second I cannot speak. Then I remember my manners, and I help her into her chair. Brilyk, who walked her into the room, is looking at me stonily when I place a light hand on the small of Eleanor's back. You look incredible, I whisper to her, and she lets out a light laugh. Really, you do. Then I look up at Brilyk, who is standing in the doorway of the dining room. You may leave now, I say coldly. He's silent for a moment. Then he speaks. My orders were to stay with her at all times. You aren't needed here. The servants will be around us at all times to ensure that she won't sneak away again. Brilyk shifts his stance, as if he is planting his feet in the ground. When I examine him more closely, I realize that he's not looking at me. He's looking at Eleanor. Rage and jealousy surge through me as I realize that something is definitely going on between Brilyk and Eleanor. He clearly has feelings for her and does not want to leave her alone with me. Because he knows you have feelings for her too. Well, Fori is gone. My voice is stiff. I make sure that Eleanor is in her chair before I walk around her to face Brilyk. I am in charge, and I am telling you to leave. Fori is the ruler of this household, whether he is here or not. Brilyk practically snarls the words at me. I take another step towards him. I'm telling you to leave. My voice is dangerously low. We are about the same height and build, and I could easily put him down. He might be part of the rebellion. He won't be meek and mild. He'll fight back. You are both equally matched. My face is an inch away from Brylyk's, and I hear the scraping of the chair against the wooden flooring then. Please, both of you, stop! Eleanor places a hand on my lower left arm and pulls me away from Brilyk. I step out of his space unwillingly, but I do what Eleanor instructs me to do. Please, Brilyk, the plea in her voice is obvious. Ellie is clearly not oblivious to everything that is happening right now. I am fine. I will not disobey Fori and leave, and Ihokha and I won't be completely alone. So I'll be fine. Brilyk is still reluctant to leave. I step away from Ellie slightly as the two of them look at one another deeply. Eleanor's gaze is soft when she looks at Brilyk, and I cannot help feeling uncomfortable standing there in their space. She's looking at him with such fondness that I almost wilt with disappointment. How could she possibly want me when she is looking at him like that? Finally he leaves, giving Eleanor a soft nod before he goes.
Chapter 19. Ellie. The room is eerily silent after everything that's just occurred, and I can feel my heart begin to quicken. Just when I thought it possible to escape the fear that's been such a part of my life since arriving here now that Fori is away, this happens. Please sit, Ihokha says. I'm sure we can put this little incident behind us. I hope he's right, though I have no idea how he's going to react. After all, I'm supposed to belong to his brother. But to add to the confusion, he's been protecting me from him, and I've seen the way he looks at me. It's a mess. But even though Ihokha is fairer than Fori, he's not stupid, far from it. After Brylyk's little display, he's going to be left in little doubt about the pair of us being involved. Still, I do as he says, and hope that we can salvage something from tonight. He joins me at the table, the chairs placed close to each other in an intimate setting. This gives me further hope that perhaps he feels something for me as I am beginning to do for him. I'm happy you chose to join me for dinner, he says once he's seated. With my brother away, I thought you may appreciate some time to relax a little. His face works into a frown, despite his attempts to stifle it. I know more than most how he can be. His admission shocks me, though I'm not about to disparage Fori, as much as I'd like to tell him exactly what I think of his brother. But I know better than that, even if their relationship isn't steeped in brotherly love. Instead, I wait for the moment to pass, and leave all thoughts of that vile creature behind as we dine together, enjoying how attentive Ihokha is towards me. There are times that he stares so hard at me as we talk, it's almost unnerving. Though he's nothing like his brother at all, he's still formidable, regal, masculine and serious, though I sense a glint of something softer, more humorous in his warm, golden eyes. Ah, dessert, he says, as a Zagfer arrives with 2 plates adorned with sweet treats, garnished with berries. I'm reminded just how lucky I am to be experiencing such things, and tuck in hungrily, though trying to maintain some dignity. He is royalty after all, and I don't want to let myself down. "Is it to your liking?" he asks, a small smile on his face as I try to stifle my moans. I nod and take another bite. "Thank you for the invitation tonight," I say once I'm finished. "It really is very thoughtful of you." "You're more than welcome. I like to see a woman taking pleasure in things," he says, a hint of something in his tone. "Really?" I ask. "Of course. It's one thing to take your own pleasure, quite another to derive it from a beautiful woman experiencing it." I swallow, not quite knowing what to say to that, despite my often smart mouth. There's something intimidating about someone so refined, powerful, and self-assured. Silence falls upon us, and he leans towards me. I'm about to close my eyes and wait for his mouth to land upon mine, but instead he closes the space between us, then turns, his lips brushing my ear. "I can show you a much better time than some guard," he whispers. My breath hitches, and instantly heat rushes to my pelvis. "What do you say, Eleanor?" The truth is, I'm so taken aback by his advances that it's hard to respond. "Are you going to keep me waiting all night?" he chides, his mouth still at my ear, his hot breath hitting my skin. "Yes," I breathe softly. "What was that?" he replies, and I'm sure I can almost feel his smile breaking out against my cheek now. I say yes. "Good," he replies, dusting light kisses over my ear and my cheek. My heart is pounding now, and my chest heaves as I try to restrain myself. But he's doing something to me that I just can't seem to resist, and neither do I want to. His chair scrapes against the floor, and he's no longer at my ear but standing behind me, waiting for me to rise so that he can pull my chair out from under me. Gladly, I take up the invitation and place my napkin onto the table before getting up. At first, I wonder if I'm doing the right thing, given how wonderful the time was that I spent with Brilyk. But something inside me tells me this is right. I wanted Brilyk, and I still want him. But I can't deny I want Ihokha as well. He takes my hand, and I'm surprised when he leads me silently to my own room, but the comfort I take from being in familiar surroundings is maybe the reason he chose to bring me here. As we enter, the lights suddenly dim, and I know that it's him. I've been around dark elves enough to know their magic when I see it. My room is now bathed in an amber glow, and I'm at a loss as to what to say or do. It isn't like me at all. I stand there in the middle of the room, still desperate for him, and when he finally kisses me, I lean into him, pulling his dark hair through my fingers. He tastes different to anyone I've known before, and I don't know if it's because I'm just so needy for him, but I can't get enough.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
All I can do is watch, and I realize I'm biting my lip, anticipating being close to him. He holds up a hand and then curls his fingers, and I gasp as the fastenings on my dress pop open. He repeats the motion, and my dress drops to the floor, leaving me standing there in my underwear. "Even more beautiful than I imagined," he growls. "And I have done a lot of imagining since you arrived here."
Chapter 20. Brilyk. I make my way down the stairwells, coming to the lower levels of the estate. Reaching the basement, I keep a cautious eye out for guards around me as I enter through a rusted door. Going down further, I come to the underground tunnels, a perfect route to get myself out of the manor unseen. The tunnels stretch on for quite a distance, with various twists and turns often leading to dead ends. Luckily, after years of using them, I know the shortest and most efficient route to take. I crouch and move forward, walking by a small canal filled with sewage waste. By now, I'm used to the smell. Given the increased rebellion activity in Infnor's outskirts, Ihokha is taking no chances. Guards now roam these tunnels, but they're no match for me. I come to a set of barrels, hiding behind them as an oblivious guard walks by, whistling a merry tune. In a matter of minutes, I make the final turn to the last stretch of tunnel, seeing an exit in the distance. I take cover behind a wall, hearing a set of guards walking nearby as they complain about being on sewer duty. I grab a rock at my feet and hurl it in the opposite direction. "What was that? Better go check it out." The guards swiftly break away, leaving the exit clear. Without wasting time, I scurry over, coming to a large pipe through which sewage is dispensed. I hop through it, landing ankle-high in a mess of waste and gunk. Pressing forth, I arrive at the back garden area of the manor, where there's no guards to be found. I stop for a moment to breathe in the clean nighttime air, feeling its briskness kiss my skin. There is the smell of freedom lingering nearby. It is so close I can almost reach out and snatch it. I make my way through the gardens, soon coming to the 35-foot wall that encloses them. Rubbing my hands together, I begin my ascent, scaling the wall with ease. The darkness of night has thrown a blanket of shadows over the estate. No one can see me as I climb closer to the top. When I reach it, I look back at the manor over my shoulder. At that moment, thoughts of Ihokha and Ellie dining together, and possibly more, enter my mind. Still, I am headstrong and keep my mind focused on my mission. I love her, I say to myself. I will do whatever I can to keep her safe. I'll just have to deal with Ihokha when the time comes. With that, I crawl over to the other side and let myself fall, grabbing rocks every few feet for safety. As soon as I reach the ground, I spin around on my heels and break off into a sprint, diving deep into the forest enclosing the property. I'm fueled by the aroma of the woods, its earthy scent making me think of how free these animals are in comparison to the people of Infiltration. At least they do not have anyone telling them what to do. I run past trees taller than the estate tower, as invisible as the sun in the night sky. I'm so fast that they are caught off guard by my passing, scurrying off in the opposite direction. Sometimes I picture them as the Renzi brothers, wishing I was a predator in search of their blood. After a few minutes, there emerges a faint glow in the distance. I slow down as I make my approach. Being ready for anything and everything, I place a hand on the hilt of my dagger, just in case this hideout has been compromised. A rebel can never afford to let his guard down, especially in these days as the Renzius grow increasingly aware of the movement against them. Peering through the window, I spot the source of the glow, a lit fireplace flickering away. I come to the door and enter, immediately greeted by the leader of the rebellion. Removing my hand from my dagger, I extend my arms in a hug, embracing my fellow brother in arms. "Gavarn, it is good to see you. How goes it, brother?" "Very well," says the deep voice of Gavarn. "Come, myself and the others have been waiting for your arrival." He leads me to the main room where the fireplace sits. Supplementing the snapping and crackling of its embers are the mutterings of rebel talk, emanating from the mouths of the other leaders of the movement. One by one, they stand to greet me. "Good to see you again, Brilyk," says Gausnul. "You seem more ready than ever to fight," chuckles Arvak. "Any news to report?" asks Vaskum. "Please, let us all sit and I'll tell you everything," I say. We take our seats surrounding the fire, huddling close. "What do you have for us?" asks Arvak. "Gentlemen, there has been a major turn of events at the estate. Fori had decided to venture on a royal tour, journeying to each and every village in Infnora's outskirts." "Fori? Out on tour? An interesting development indeed," mutters Gavarn. "Aye, he'll be traveling along the old country roads, and for that reason I believe now is the opportune time to strike and take him out for good. He'll have guards with him for certain, but nowhere near the level of security he'd have at the manor." "Good call," says Gavarn. "All in favor of moving forward with Fori's assassination?" The others nod in agreement. "Very well then. We'll put together a plan later tonight. For now, we must discuss the attack on the manor to follow Fori's assassination. He turns his focus to the other leaders. You guys get a head start. I must talk to Brilyk in private. Confused, I follow him into another room. There has been a sudden decrease in your intel reports. What's going on? He asks. Trusting Gavarn with my life, I make no hesitation telling him the truth. A few weeks ago, Fori kidnapped a human woman by the name of Ellie and brought her back to the manor. I've been assigned to watch over her permanently, so I haven't been able to get close to Fori for a while. I see. Well, soon enough, we won't have to worry about this human getting in the way of our plans. Yeah, about that. There's not much time to get into it, but I must admit that I have fallen in love with the woman. What? Replies a wide-eyed Gavarn. It's true, I say firmly. And because of that, I do not wish for her to get dragged into the middle of this when the attack commences. Brilyk, sighs Gavarn. I hope this isn't the real reason behind your lack of intel. It isn't, I tell him insistently. It's true that I'm her personal guard, so I can't get close to Fori's documents if I wanted to. I see, he replies, stroking his chin in deep thought. Well then, in that case, I suppose we'll have to get her out of there. That's part of the plan. I already have a few routes to choose from. Okay, he says. Just make sure she's out of there as soon as possible. Things are about to go down. Will do, I reply as I look out the window. I need to get going. Give my farewell to the others for me, and I'll see you soon with a sword in my hand. We embrace before I hop out of the window. As I run through the woods, the thoughts of Ellie and Ihokha being alone together come back into my mind. While it saddens me, I find solace in the fact that some good has come out of tonight's meeting. Soon, Fori will be dealt with for good. As for his brother, well, if he lays a hand on Ellie, I will not exercise patience in getting rid of that loose end. I slow down as I approach the manor. This time I opt for a better route, one that will take me directly to my quarters in the servant hall. I'm about to embark through a different passage when Ellie springs into my mind again. Perhaps I should go and check on her. It comes with a risk, for there's bound to be guards roaming the halls. Still, I cannot rest easily until I know that she's safe. I enter the manor grounds through an alternate route, one that takes me as close as possible to her room. It takes me a few minutes to sneak through undetected. Ihokha has clearly deployed extra sentries in the case of an attack. My years of training allow me to slip by without issue. I come to the stairwell leading to Ellie's quarters. As I climb up it, I suddenly notice the leaves and stray branches hanging off of my armor set. Must have gotten caught in the forest. I'm brushing them off as I reach the top of the stairs, stepping into the hall. I'm looking down on the ground when a shadow of an elf's head comes into my line of sight. Snapping my gaze up, my eyes land on a sight that freezes me in place.
Chapter 21. Ihokha. Some time has passed. Ellie lays by my side, peacefully sleeping as I sit up against the bed frame. I'm caught up in a state of disbelief, questioning if what just happened was real. One thing is for certain, I mumble to myself. I'm in love with this woman. After dabbling back and forth for weeks over whether or not I should pursue her, tonight has only reaffirmed my feelings for her. It's as if, with her body alone, she validated my emotions and that special magnetic attraction I felt for her since she came to the manor. You're perfect in every way imaginable, I think as I stroke her silky smooth cheeks. You're kind, intelligent, funny, and very easy to talk to. Most of all, I'm grateful that Ellie doesn't judge me to be the same as my brother, just because we're related. Our blood is the only thing that will ever bond myself and Fori, for he and I are nothing alike. I recline my head back against the wall, letting out a sigh of contentment. A wave of relaxation and joy washes over my body, the energy as still as the windless air outside. This is it. There's no better way to spend my nights than with her. I inch forward, grabbing the blanket and pulling it up further over Ellie's exposed skin. As I do, I come to a major realization. I want her, not as some side piece or as a plaything. No, it's beyond silly stuff like that. I look at Ellie, coming to terms with the fact I want her as my mate. as an eternal partner to share everything with for the rest of my life. At that moment, nothing else matters to me. I don't care about my position as one of the leaders of Infnor. All these material possessions, all the power in my hands, each and every luxury item I can get without effort. None of it compares to the strength of the love that I feel for Ellie. I watch her chest slowly rising and falling with each gentle breath she takes, twirling her hair in between my fingers as I do so. Gazing upon her peaceful face, I picture myself in her shoes for a moment, thinking of what it would be like to be here in a strange place with barely anyone to trust. Someone as special as you deserves a better life than this. You should be living a life better than the old one you had, and I can be the one who gives it to you. I close my eyes for a brief moment, vividly imagining a future where I have Ellie all to myself without a worry in the world. Just us two ruling Infnor side by side as a power couple. A future without the presence of Fori. How blissful that will be. Apart from my brother, there stands another obstacle in the way of that life coming to fruition, the elf's face flashing in my mind. Brilyk, what am I going to do with you? I swing my legs over the side of the bed and rise to my feet. Ambling over to the window, I lean against it and look out into the sable canvas of the night sky. I run a hand over the window frame, smiling for a moment at the thought of Ellie defying my brother's commands and escaping out through it. Refocusing, I bring my mind back to the problem that is Brilyk. Maybe I need not worry about him. If he truly does have an interest in Ellie, I'm sure she's aware of it by now. Besides, she'll choose me over him, of course. What advantage could that brute possibly have over me? I turn back around to face Ellie, running my eyes along the outline of her body beneath the silk blanket. At that moment, a truly insolent idea pops into my head. No doubt Brilyk will take his usual post outside the door in the morning. Maybe I should stay here for the night just so I can see the look on his face when I walk out of here. The thought draws a wide smile across my face. Quickly, though, I come to realize it as foolish, something that someone like my brother would do. No, I best not do such a thing. There's no need for me to stroke my own ego, and it would only create a power struggle between Brilyk and I. On top of that, it would upset poor Ellie, and the last thing I wish to do is treat her like that. Things are already bad enough for her as is. With my mind clear, I decide it best to leave now while she is still asleep. Quietly, I gather my clothes from the floor and slip them on. Spotting a piece of loose parchment on the table from the corner of my eye, I write a quick note inviting Ellie to join me for breakfast in the morning time, planting a kiss on it. I slip out the door, gently shutting it as I trudge into the hallway. Dusting myself off, I notice how even though I'm deep into the night without an ounce of sleep, I'm surged with a wave of energy. Must be Ellie's doing, I think to myself with a smile before pressing forward. I begin my walk down the hallway when suddenly, there echoes the sound of distant footsteps. Pausing, I make use of my good hearing to identify its source. It's coming from the stairwell, I realize. I move swiftly, pressing myself against the wall. Who could it be? Brilyk is off duty. What if Fori has sent someone else to keep an eye on Ellie during the night? I watch as the shadow emanating from the stairwell grows larger, holding my breath as the elf comes to the topmost step. He walks into the light of the moon and reveals himself to me. It's Brilyk. Where does he think he's going? He keeps his gaze pointed at his outfit, brushing off what appears to be leaves and branches. He must have been coming from the forest, but what was he doing there? Then I come to a stark realization. He must have been meeting with other rebels. This only proves it. What else would he be doing outside the estate grounds? I step out into the middle of the hallway as he walks toward me. Suddenly, he stops and brings his gaze up to meet mine, our eyes locking in an intense stare-down. It's obvious from the look on his face that I've caught him off guard. You jerk, I snarl. You're coming from a rebel meeting in the forest, aren't you? Wait just a moment, Ihokha, he replies. Let's not jump to any hasty conclusions. Shut up, you traitor! I shout. I know you've been out there. I hear him gulp as I take a step closer. I had a look at your file, too. I know you come from the villages where the rebel movement found its origins. It all makes sense now. He still says nothing, but his eyebrows change subtly from surprised to threatened. Pfft, I scoff. And to think you had become my brother's most trusted guard, how ironic. But now you must be dealt with. I go to take another step forward when suddenly Brilyk lashes out, using the full weight of his frame to knock me to the ground. Before I know it, he's grabbed me by the collar and has me shoved up against the wall, close to the gap where I could easily fall and plummet to my doom. "There's no one here to save you!" he yells. "You rich bastard!" I headbutt him, causing him to let go and grab his nose. Taking advantage while he's unguarded, I spear him, lifting him off of his feet and driving him into the opposite wall. We both spring for each other's throats, and soon we have one another gripped by our necks. "You bastard!" I snarl. "I'll have you on your knees before the council. They'll strike you down for your rebellious." Before I say anything more, I realize something far worse. Brylyk's ties to the rebel movement puts Ellie's safety at risk. I tighten my grip around his neck. "You've been using Ellie, haven't you?" I yell. He jams a finger at my eye, causing me to yelp out in pain. Quickly, I recover and square up, accepting that this isn't going to go down diplomatically. He raises his fists when suddenly, a familiar voice rings through the hallway. "Stop it!" screams Ellie as she shoves herself between us with her arms spread. "He's using you," I spit. "This elf is a rebel. He's been manipulating you for—" "No," growls Brilyk. "Ihokha is the one who cannot be trusted." "Shut up, both of you!" she yells, turning her focus towards Brilyk. "You're a rebel?" The traitor shoots me a glare before looking at Ellie. "Yes, but Ellie, my feelings for you are no lie. I've been in love with you for so long." "Son of a... You wouldn't know what love is," I snap. "Unlike you, I've hidden nothing from Ellie, because I'm the one who actually loves her." "Shut your mouth, Renz, you scum. I'll plant your head on a spike for all of Infnor to see." "Not before I stop, a look of realization coming over my face, as does Brilyk. We turn to see Ellie with her head in her hands, sobbing. We look at each other warily before both moving to her side. "Ellie," I whisper softly, "are you okay?" "No!" she screams, whipping her head up. Tears flood from her eyes, but her face is smothered in sadness. "Both of you screw off!" "Ellie," groans Brilyk, reaching out to her. "I said leave me alone!" With that, she spins around and marches back to her room, the sound of the lock twisting echoing through the hallway.
Chapter 22. Ellie 2. The fight between Ihokha and Brilyk shook me to my core. Seeing the two men, the two dark elves, go at one another, almost mercilessly frightened me. "And it's all because of you," a miserable voice in my head says. How have things come to this? How have I managed to fall for not one, but two dark elves? Don't trust them. You can't trust any of them. I realise as I walk through the gardens of Ihokha's mansion that Agatha's voice, the voice in my head that told me to never trust a dark elf, fades away more and more each day. The more I fall for both Brilyk and Ihokha, the more trust I have for them, and I have found myself trusting the other dark elves in the household too. I suppose it is because things have gotten so much better since Fori left. Everyone in the household, including the Zagfurs and other human servants, seem more relaxed since. Hopefully his reign of terror is over for good. I cannot help but think to myself. The thought is intertwined with hope and spite. If anyone deserves to not return to the comfort of their home, it is Fori. Thinking about Fori drags my thoughts back to Ihokha. And when I think about Ihokha, I cannot help but think about Brilyk. How did this happen? It has been 2 weeks since I arrived at the Renzui household, the Infnor mansion, and in the 2 weeks that I have been here, I have managed to fall in love with not one, but 2 dark elves. Agatha's voice echoes in my head again. You can't trust them. You can never trust a dark elf. Maybe I should listen to the imagined voice of my long-dead mentor and carer. But something in me, the largest part of me, tells me that trusting both Ihokha and Brilyk might be the best thing I ever do. How has it only been 2 weeks? I think wonderingly to myself as I stop in front of the patch of dirt that Ihokha told me I could use to plant some flowers. The Infnor gardens are perfectly manicured. The groundskeeper here is older than I am and is certainly more skilled. I wish I had the entire expanse of gardens to work with, but I cannot exactly ask Ihokha to give me the job of groundskeeper. I look down at the small patch of dirt. This will have to do for now. 3. I cannot deny that I am confused and hurt. I have learned now in the past 2 weeks that I am capable of caring for both Ihokha and Brilyk. But sometimes their actions, like the fight I had to break up, remind me that as much as I do trust them, maybe I shouldn't. Agatha's voice has faded away almost completely. The voice that used to resound in my head over and over again, every day, from the moment that she died, has been drowned out by my feelings for my dark elves. My dark elves? You're in big trouble if you're thinking about them like that. I am confused and hurt and angry. Angry that they're fighting over me. Angry that I trust them when maybe I shouldn't. Angry that I am falling for both of them. I have 3 captors. Maybe you're angry because the men you're in love with are also your captors. My first captor turned out to be Fori, but now Ihokha and Brilyk are both complicit in my captivity. How could you betray yourself like this? How could you fall for the men who have taken your life away from you? I know that there is no sense behind my feelings. Logic played no role in falling for these men. You need to choose. My own voice, vehement and slightly furious, has replaced Agatha's voice. I know that I should choose one of them. In fact, I know that both Ihokha and Brilyk are expecting me to make a choice. I have tried thinking it through. I have made a list of pros and cons. But the list never works out in the end. I can't choose. I shout this silently back at the furious voice in my head. I am quite sure that choosing one of them and discarding the other would be like losing a limb. And I don't think I'm willing to lose any more of myself than I already have. 2. Yesterday I added mulch to the patch of dirt that Ihokha gave me. Being in the sun again was the best feeling in the world. But turning the soil and getting my hands muddy with wet dirt didn't help me think clearly the way I thought it would. Today I am adding small seedlings. I sit back on my haunches, disgusted with myself, as I realise that I planted 3 of the seedlings upside down. I scratch through the dirt, using the small trowel that the Infnor groundskeeper found for me, and carefully take the seedlings out of the ground. Their leaves were damaged by the force with which I shoved them into the ground, and hot tears of frustration well up in my eyes. Why did I fall for both of them? Why couldn't things be easier? Why couldn't I have just chosen one of them? I am in love with 2 men. Although sometimes in the night, when I am alone in bed and angry with myself for getting into this situation, I think that maybe I don't love them. Maybe it is all in your head. But then morning comes, and I know that I am falling for them more and more every day. There is no getting away from this. There is no getting away from either of them. You have to choose. There is no way to choose without losing myself completely. I get back onto my knees and concentrate on getting the other seedlings into the ground properly. 1. I don't think I can do this. I am skipping dinner tonight. Usually Ihokha and I have dinner together, or if he is unavailable because of his duties, I have a sandwich with Brilyk. But tonight I don't want to see either of them. Sometimes I hate them, I think furiously as I scrub the dirt off my hands. Then I pull my clothes off and get into the bath, which the Zagfurs fill with hot water at the same time every night. I spent all day avoiding both dark elves, and I did that by walking throughout the entire Infnor property. I walked until the muscles in my legs ached, but after a short rest I kept walking. I only turned around when the sun started setting. And you only did that because Ihokha would have sent a search party out for you if you got back late. Sometimes I wonder at the intensity with which he loves me. Brilyk would have come looking for you himself, with weapons in hand. I shiver even though the bathwater is warm. Brilyk loves me as intensely as Ihokha does. Is that why you can't choose? There is a knock on the bedroom door when I pull on a nightdress. My shoulders stiffen as I walk over to it. I pray to the 13 that it isn't either of them. I cannot deal with them right now. Miss? I exhale with relief at the sight of the Zagfer on the other side of the door. The master had me send up dinner for you. I take the tray gratefully and thank her. Ihokha loves me. When I look out the window after I have eaten, I see Brilyk standing beneath my window. He is keeping guard however he can, because he knows he isn't welcome outside my door right now. Brilyk loves me. I only have one heart. How am I supposed to choose? Why should I choose? I've made space for both of them in one heart. Why is this so difficult? I fall into a fitful sleep that night. When I wake up, the sun is streaming into my bedroom, and I realise that I have overslept. Maybe, the thought forms slowly in my head as I prepare for the day, maybe you should tell them that you're not going to choose. Maybe I should just put my foot down. Maybe I should just say that I want both of them. And if they can't live with that, then I don't want either of them. But I don't want to choose. Please don't make me choose, and I do not leave my room all day. Instead, I pace up and down, despite the ache in my muscles from the day before. I'll tell them that I'm not going to choose. My thoughts become braver as the day grows older. But when dusk arrives, and I am exhausted from thinking and walking, all I can do is burst into tears. Please don't make me choose. The thought of choosing shatters me. The thought of losing either of them is more than I can bear.
Chapter 23. Brilyk. Today is the first day in my entire life that I've ever woken up without a notion of what to do. I thought I was on the right course with Ellie, even giving her a bit of breathing room to let her feelings for me blossom, but last night seemingly changed everything. Ihokha had clearly been emerging from her room. It disgusts me to think of what it was they were up to, but I can't change the fact that they got intimate. Ellie is upset at both of us. I think Ihokha is just as shaken up as I am, for when Ellie returned to her room, the leader of Infiltration and I parted ways without saying a word to each other. It was a sleepless night for me, and one that I shall never forget. I find no willpower to do anything as I sit on the edge of my bed, twiddling my fingers mindlessly. I don't even have the strength to go by Ellie's side and keep watch over her, though I'm positive she doesn't want me near her. It doesn't matter anyway, I moan to myself. At least Fori isn't here to see it, but I have a bigger problem than him right now. I face a more dangerous issue at hand. There still stands the matter of his brother, Ihokha, knowing who I really am and what my true intentions are. This is bad. He's not some random guard I can have taken care of. He's Fori's brother, and for him to suddenly vanish would only rouse an investigation. Even now, there looms the threat of danger. I keep an eye on the door to my quarters, my hand gripping a dagger beneath my pillow. Yet I'm not the only one whose life is at risk. Gavarn and the other leaders are at risk of being discovered. The whole rebellion is close to crumbling, all of our efforts wasted to ash. Above all else, I find my mind constantly returning to the thought of one woman. Ellie, I hope you're okay. I wrestle with the thought of going to see her. It's dangerous for me to even step outside of my room. For all I know, Ihokha has guards standing right outside with axes raised, ready to slice my head clean off. Still, even my anxieties pale in comparison to what I feel for the girl. I must see her face again. But first, I must attend to other matters. Remembering the lives at risk, I mull over a plan to go and see Gavarn. As much as it will pain me to do, the assassination planned for Fori must be called off. At this point, it's too much of a risk to take with what Ihokha knowing everything about my ties to the rebel cause. Each beat of my heart pumps a fresh wave of anxiety through me, knowing that Ihokha could easily leak my information. He could already have done so. If that was to happen, they'd no doubt trace my ties to Gavarn and the others. Then we'd all be executed. The less time I waste here, the better. I quickly get dressed before leaving my room. Everything outside is seemingly normal, but I can't afford to let my guard down, not even for a second. I peer at the other guards from afar, hands close to my weapons if they try anything. I make my way through the hallways and corridors, keeping as far from everyone as I can, even the Zagfer. No one here can be trusted. Soon I reach the doors leading outside of the manor. I step through them, only to be greeted by the sudden presence of Ihokha. My hands shoot to my sheath, ready to pull out my dagger as our eyes meet. In them I see strength and resilience, true qualities of a good leader. Unfortunately for Ihokha, Infiltration has been suffering too long under his reign with his brother, and I cannot stop until I see my mission through. "Come with me," he orders, standing his ground unfazed. "What for?" I ask cautiously. At the same time, I'm using my advanced hearing to detect any elves that may be coming up behind me. He takes a step closer to me. If not for the presence of other guards in the vicinity, I would slice his neck open and leave him to choke on his blood. Alas, it's too much of a risk. I'm still just one elf. Despite my combat skills, the numbers game always wins. "Fine," I snarl, returning my hands to my side. I follow begrudgingly behind him as he leads the way. As I walk, I realize and accept the fact I may be marching to my death. I would rather sacrifice myself right here, right now, before I lead him to govern. If this is the end, then so be it. My only regret is not being able to see Ellie again. The walk is filled with tension as I am led to his office. He opens the door and steps inside first, holding it open for me to enter. I walk in, my heart racing as he shuts the door behind me. He trots to a cabinet near his desk, from which he removes a bottle of Zisk and 2 glasses. "Can I offer you a drink?" he asks. "This stuff is rare and vintage, tasted only by myself and my brother." I narrow my gaze in suspicion. "Okay," he chuckles. "If I wanted you dead, it wouldn't be by way of poison. Let me show you." He fills a glass and drinks from it, giving me a look that says, "See?" "Fine," I say, coming closer. I knock back my drink in one mouthful. "So let's skip the chit-chat and get straight to business," he says. "You hate my brother, Fori. Here's the thing. I hate him just as much, if not more than you do, especially for the way he's been treating Ellie. You've seen that firsthand." "Where are you going with this?" I ask. "What I'm getting at is that I understand the rebel cause." "You do?" I retort in shock. "Of course," he replies. "However, you and everyone else involved are going about it the wrong way." "What are you saying?" "Well, what's the plan here? Just to have my brother and I killed and hope none of you get caught? Even if that were to succeed, what's to say a new leader gets elected who ends up being exactly like Fori, or far worse?" "That's not the point," I snarl. "It's never been about who is in power. It's about what that person does while they have the reins. For too long now, your brother and you have plagued the land with your neglect. I never meant for things to get this bad. Tell that to my parents, starved and 6 feet under as nothing more than bones, all because of the famine you caused." Ihokha sighs, looking at me with soft eyes before setting his glass down. "I'm truly sorry about your parents. There's nothing you can say or do that'll ever bring them back." "I know," he says, "but there's something else I can offer you. My assistance to the rebellion." "What the hell? You wish to help us overthrow you?" I say in confusion. "Not quite what I had in mind," he replies, "but I will help you get what you're ultimately looking for, an Infiltration that no longer suffers. Let me explain." He turns his back to me and looks out of the window. I see before me an Infiltration that cries out in pain for change, a land starved for too long of care. He says reflectively, "I've been trying to give Infiltration what it needs for decades, but cleaning up after my brother's actions is a full-time job in itself." The revelation lifts all tension and anger from my tone, instead filling it with genuine curiosity. "But what about you? Can't you make decisions by yourself?" I ask. "In an ideal world, I'd be able to. Alas, this world is far from perfect, which I'm sure we can agree upon," he replies, turning around to face me. "Decisions cannot be made unilaterally. Each time I have proposed something for the good of the villages, Fori finds some excuse to put it off. I end up exhausted from the chase and he gets his way." "So that means the problem is him, not you." "Yes," says Ihokha. "Now you're understanding. He may be my brother, but I've lost all love for Fori. The rebellion must focus on taking him out. A perceived oppressor telling the rebellion what to do? How ironic. If you take him out, I gain the power to enrich Infnor the way it deserves without the need to consult anyone first. I promise you that I will make it a better place for all. What you say aligns with the future the rebellion envisions for Infnor, but what's to stop you from becoming a greedy tyrant? I ask Ihokha, looking him in the eye. He steps forward, the expression on his face remaining unchanged. You, if you have the balls to come after me, of course. We stare at each other, standing only a few feet apart. I'm unsure of what to say, studying the look on his face until I spot the corners of his mouth coiling ever so slightly into a smirk. Somehow it eases the brewing tension as we chuckle. Okay, Ihokha, I say, extending my hand, to begrudgingly helping one another. Smiling, he grasps my hand and shakes it. I assume you were leaving to meet with the other rebels before this? He asks. Yes, if we're done here, I should hurry over to town and inform them of your cooperation. That would be wise, he says, nodding. Thank you for understanding, Brilyk. I turn and make a swift exit out of the door. In a bizarre turn of events, it seems as though the hope for our cause has been restored by the most unexpected ally.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 24. Ihokha. I watch as Brilyk spins around on his heels and marches out of my office. There is newfound confidence in his step, which I assume to be from the fact we've just formed an alliance. My eyes move to his empty glass that had never been filled. An uneasy alliance more like it, I think to myself with a smile. Moving to the window, I peel back the curtains to watch as he moves through the courtyard, heading straight for the exit. Had things been different between us, I could have easily dispatched a guard to trace his movements, to have him lead us to the rebellion hideout. Alas, I somehow find myself empathizing with the cause. After all, the rebels and I both share a common goal in wanting Fori out of here for good. I pour myself another drink as I peer out the window. Well, the talk with Brilyk went pretty much how I expected it to go. I'm just glad he has agreed to work with me, I mutter. I take a drink, hopeful that I'm making the right decision for the future of Infnor. Brilyk isn't the only elf who had to lower his trust in this situation. After all, I was the one who proposed the idea of working with one another. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, I mutter with a chuckle. It's always easier with an ally by your side. During the night, I realized that by working with Brilyk and his men, I was essentially signing the death warrant for my brother. The thought saddens me, for I never wanted for things to have to come to this, but I know what has to be done. The unfortunate truth is that I had grown sick and tired of my brother. For countless years, I'd been trying non-stop to get him to come around to his duties and give the good people of Infnor what they needed. Alas, after a lot of self-convincing, I've come to learn that some people just can't be saved, and that Fori is one of them. Fori is forcing my hand with this decision. At least with him out of the way, I can begin to bring order and peace to this famished land and feed it the sustenance it has needed for so long. A world where everyone suffers, but its leader is no world to live in at all. Of course, there still stands the conversation to be had about Ellie between Brilyk and I, but that is a battle for another day. I can only focus on one problem at a time if I am to get my hands on the future that I desire. The undercover rebel and I have a fair share of differences. At the end of the day, however, he bears a strong amount of integrity, the likes of which I have never seen displayed by any other of Forey's men. I shake my head and chuckle in disbelief, wondering where Brilyk finds the guts for all of this. I knew it took a lot of courage to participate in the rebellion, but to do it while working right underneath the nose of the enemy must be a whole different ballgame. He may technically be my enemy, but I cannot help but admire the man. On top of that, he truly seems to bear a lot of love for Ellie in his heart. I could see how much he was willing to sacrifice for her when he took a step back from Ellie and I last night, allowing us to spend the night together. I do not know if I could have done the same in his shoes. No doubt Brilyk is a good protector for her when I am not around. While dwelling on my newfound ally and our common love interest, I realize quite a few hours have passed since I last saw Ellie. I better go and see her. Perhaps things have cooled down enough for us to have a conversation. With Brilyk out of the way for now, it's an opportune time to get my piece in with Ellie. I do not wish for her to think that amidst the rivalry between Brilyk and I, that we have forgotten all about her. At the same time, I must take into consideration the guard's feelings for her. I cannot speak for him, but I will tell no word of a lie if he comes up in conversation. Being truthful may perhaps aid in the future of both Infnor and Ellie. I never thought I'd be allying myself with a rebel, but life is continuously throwing all types of surprises my way. I mull over what to say as I make my way through the corridors and hallways of the castle. I meant what I said to her about being in love. I only wish that the situation was different. What if she doesn't want me in her life? I think to myself. Could it be that she wants Brilyk instead? Could he be the one who holds her heart? I wonder what to do if that ends up being the way of things. I decide to simply let them be if that's the case. If I force my way into her life, it would make me no better than my brother. Before anything, though, I must be given the chance to speak my mind. She's owed an apology, after all. Arriving at her door, I clear my throat and gently rap on it. Ellie, may I come inside? I ask. I stay there for a minute, during which there comes no answer. Placing my hand on the knob, I hesitate for a moment, wondering if it'd be a good idea to enter. Deciding to take a chance, I slowly twist the handle and inch the door open. I take a step inside, greeted by the sight of Ellie sitting on the edge of her bed, head buried in her hands. She looks up at me with bloodshot eyes, heavy bags underneath them, as if she hasn't slept all night. Stained along her cheeks are red marks from tears. Ellie, I say calmly, have you not slept? She shakes her head, sniffling as she wipes away a tear. I reach into my pocket and pull out a handkerchief, offering it to her. She looks at it warily. Please take it. Reluctantly, she accepts my offer. I eye up the spot beside her on the bed, but decide to play it safe instead, opting for a chair that I pull out from the desk. Taking a seat across from her, I begin what's inevitably going to be a hard conversation. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now, Ellie, but the first thing I want to say is that I am so sorry. She looks up from the handkerchief, a saddened look in her eyes. I fight back every urge to spring forth and envelope her in my arms. What happened last night was unacceptable, and I apologize for the part I played in it. As for Brilyk, I can see that he too also means a lot to you. Ellie wipes her eyes and straightens herself up, an intrigued look written over her face. I cannot speak for him, but I want to tell you more about what I feel. You see, Ellie, I truly meant every word of what I told you last night. I really love... The bedroom door suddenly swings open with a loud bang. Startled, I rise from the chair, confused at the sight of a Zagfer servant entering the room. He is out of breath, clutching his chest as he pants endlessly. What is the meaning of this intrusion? I snap. Have you never heard of knocking? Sir, I've come to inform you that... His words are cut short as he is shoved out the way. An unexpected sight reveals itself behind him as Forey steps forth into the light, a smug smile etched across his face. "Brother," I choke. "You're supposed to be gone for another week. What are you doing back here?" This can't be good. Instinctively, I reach an arm toward Ellie and push her behind me. "I knew it," snickers Fori. "I knew it all along. I'm not one bit surprised to come back and find you playing around with my toys. You lied to me, Ihokha. So much for not wanting to get close to Ellie." My mind goes blank as I sputter over my words. Nothing coherent comes out. "I couldn't find Brilyk around. Strange considering that he is supposed to be Ellie's permanent guard. Perhaps you two have been taking turns using her, is that it?" "What are you talking about?" I growl. "Never mind, I need not waste another minute of my time with you. I've returned because I got bored and, well, I'm in the mood for a bit of fun with Ellie here." Behind my brother, a set of burly guards approach, stopping by his side. With the only exit blocked, I push Ellie back and spring for my brother, hoping to create a distraction long enough for her to run. "Get out of here, Ellie! Don't stop running!" My hands come within an inch of my brother's neck, but there comes a flurry of movement from the guards. My world suddenly turns to black.
Chapter 25. Brilyk. I make it to the village and panting breathlessly under the hot afternoon sun. As enticing as stopping to rest sounds right now, I know I have no such time for luxury. For the rebellion, any new information has to be passed up the chain of command as quickly as possible, especially if it bears an effect on the outcome of our mission. I press forward, delving deep into the center in search of Gavarn. Given the risk we take by going against the leadership of Infiltration, it was deemed unsafe to have just one main hideout, meaning I've got a handful of buildings to run around to and check. I breeze through the streets like tumbleweed in the wind, bouncing from hideout to hideout. As I go through each spot with no luck of locating Gavarn, a stark realization hits me. Where are the rest of the leaders? One usually hangs out at each outpost. I leave another hideout, stepping out onto a mostly empty street, save for a few D-fam. There's no rebels here at all, not even on the streets. Trying not to panic, I begin walking at a casual pace on the sidewalk. While I play it cool on the outside, internally I am doing my best not to lose. Something's not right here, I think to myself. I can't find a single member of the cause. At that moment, my mind thinks of the worst. I suddenly feel unsafe in this village, as if everyone else is watching me like spies for the enemy. Ihokha couldn't have possibly led me here as a decoy. Right? Could he have double-crossed me? I drop a coin from my pocket. While bending down to pick it up, I shoot a glance over my shoulder. No one is behind me. Somehow I doubt it, I think to myself in an effort to calm my anxieties. He seemed too genuine when we were talking in his office, but he could be a very good convincing actor. Oh no, what if he himself got discovered? That he was trying to help us? I better get out of here. Suddenly a pair of arms wrap themselves around me, one covering my mouth and the other restraining my arms. I kick and lash out, trying to shout as I'm dragged into a dark alleyway. The few DFM littered about like trash in the streets have their backs turned to me, though I doubt they would have done anything to help. "Bastard!" I shout through a muffled voice. "Calm down," says a familiar voice as the arms spin me around. Standing before me is a wary, wide-eyed Gavarn. "It's me, Brilyk." "Gavarn?" I ask in confusion. "What is going on around here? Just where is everyone?" I ask. "Things have gone terribly wrong," he says, shooting a glare back towards the street. "The assassination didn't go according to plan." "What happened?" I ask, a sudden sense of dread washing over me. "It was supposed to be a clean hit," he says, walking back and forth as he runs a hand over his hair. "We studied the routes for hours and even caught sight of the carriage he was in." He turns back to face me, a look of desperation in his eyes. "But when we commenced the attack, he wasn't there. It was all a decoy." "No," I mutter. "How could he have—" "That's not all," continues Gavarn. "Our spies at the estate have sent word that Fori's back at the manor. He arrived half an hour ago." "No, no, no!" I yell, grabbing tufts of my hair. "This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Ellie is still in there." "Get a hold of yourself," commands Gavarn, grabbing my shoulders. We need to rally the men immediately, I snap. The rebellion cannot afford to linger around any longer. We're going to have to go with a full frontal assault. Gavarn lets go of me, slowly nodding. Aye, I thought as much, he says. The men are hiding in our most secret hideout, but they are ready to move at my command. Lead the way, then. We need to gear up for battle. I follow him deeper into the alleyway, coming to a large dumpster. Together, Gavarn and I push it out of the way, revealing a hole in the wall behind it. Stooping down, we crawl through a small and narrow tunnel, leading into a room where all other members of the rebellion are waiting for us. Gentlemen, announces Gavarn, the time has come. Stealth hasn't worked out for us, so it leaves us with no other choice but to go in charging through the gates of the estate. The members begin murmuring amongst themselves. I know this may come across as concerning to some of you. Some of us will die, but I can assure you that the deaths of fallen brothers will not be in vain. We will take the manor, the estate, and all of Infnor with it, to freedom from tyranny. The men burst into an uproar, their cries of war terrifying enough to make the walls around us shake. One more thing, says Gavarn, pointing at me. Brilyk here has been our handyman for intelligence inside the estate, living and working deep within the enemy lines for years. He knows these grounds best and has given us all that we know about the Renzu residents. In turn, he will be leading the charge. As the rebels cheer for me, I salute Gavarn. Thank you, brother. Don't thank me yet, he chuckles, but you can get me a drink when this is all over. The rebels and I waste no time sharpening our arsenal and equipping sets of heavy armor, all of which we've scavenged from military supply carts. Sounds of clanging metal and iron fill the air before we assemble ourselves in unit formation. Let's move out! Defam and Zagfer stop and stare in wonder, some fleeing as we march through the streets. I lead the charge with Gavarn by my side, making way straight for the estate. We turn onto the final road, coming up on a small incline at the top of which lays the gates. As we look up, we're greeted by a battalion of Fori's men, clearly anticipating the attack. Among them, I see the familiar faces of guards I came to know during my time undercover. It's an intimidating sight, but I hold my men strong in the face of the enemy. For Infnore, I yell. Charge! Crying out, I sprint ahead, the sounds of metal and unsheathing swords filling the air as we press up the hill. Arrows spring up into the air before making a beeline for us. Shields! I scream. I raise mine, feeling the force of many arrows collide with it. Behind me comes a few yelps of pain, some of my men already falling down. Fire back! We unleash our own wave of arrowheads, making a visible dent across the enemy's front line. We swiftly close the gap between us, the soldiers unsheathing their swords as we finally collide full force with them. I swing carefully but with precision and strength, cutting down soldiers in my path. My years of training alongside the enemy has allowed me to study their typical movements, and so I know of various effective counterattacks. I take more down than my allies, quickly disposing of the first line of defense. Turning behind me, my men stand tall, still strong in numbers. See what they throw at us, I exclaim, raising my arms. Yet we stand strong. Come on then, into the courtyard we go. We advance up, greeted by a fresh barrage of arrows. I run as fast as I can, narrowly avoiding them. The archers have no time to reload before I cut them down like pests. Dodging daggers and swinging swords, I kill them in just under a minute. There comes a roar behind me, a new wave of soldiers bursting out from the entrance to the gardens. Traitor, they yell. I raise my sword and charge at the squad, yelling out as my weapon clangs with theirs. My men flank in from behind them, making quick work as we send their heads rolling along the ground. Split up, I command. Gavarn, take half of the men and press into the castle. Arvak, take the other half and clear the gardens. We must sweep through their entire estate and cleanse of the enemy disease. I grab Gavarn before he goes. Do not attack Ihokha. He is an ally. What? He asks in confusion. No time to explain, but he's on our side. I run around the manor, taking a side entrance and taking out any stray enemy soldiers I run into. Bursting inside, I hear fighting coming from the main halls, leaving the rest of my path unguarded. With haste, I find the stairwell and run up, my heart pounding with adrenaline as I reach the top. I kick down Ellie's door. Where is she? I exclaim. Brilyk? Mutters a voice. I peer down at a fallen Ihokha, a gash of blood marking his forehead. I sheathe my sword and help him to his feet. Ihokha, what happened? Where is Ellie? The elf grasps his head, veins becoming apparent as his breathing becomes aggressive. He took her, he hisses through clenched teeth. His eyes become aglow with rage I have never seen from him before. Fori took Ellie.
Chapter 26. Ellie. I can't let this happen to me. Not again. Why is this happening to me? Why in the name of the 13 is this happening to me? The guards, there are 3 of them, are stronger than I can ever hope to be, and in front of them is Fori, who walks with an easy swagger. His long hair sways behind him. The long dark tresses are completely loose and not pulled away from his face like most dark elf men usually keep their hair. Instead, it falls like a veil around him. His confidence and vanity are glaring, but I can also smell his anger. He is furious. And he'll take it out on you, I think to myself. I do not know where Ihokha or Brilyk are. I do not know if I'll ever see them again. I doubt that Fori will let me. I know what awaits me when we're finally alone. And this knowledge, that I am probably about to be tortured for my sins, is what makes me start struggling. I kick and scream and bite at the guards. They do not look at me or even react to my movements. Instead, their grip on my body, both arms and my neck, tightens. "Let me go!" I shriek the words. "Let go of me! Let me go!" One of the guards actually does, but instead curls his hand around my long hair and shakes my head from side to side. I scream as my body is yanked painfully, but then I go quiet when the hand around my hair tightens again. I am quite sure that when the guard removes his hand, a lot of hair will fall out of his grip. Fori has not reacted to me either. Instead, he leads us throughout the manor and down a dark hallway. I cannot see a door at the end of the hallway. This can't be a dead end, and I am right. The hallway slopes downwards slightly, and we come to a stop in front of a tapestry. It is old and dusty, and pieces of it have come undone. When Fori moves, I know why. He yanks the tapestry aside with such force that more of it comes undone. Removing the tapestry reveals a doorway. I start screaming again, because the guards shove me into a windowless room that feels as though it is several feet below the actual manor. It looks like a torture room, with strange-looking implements strapped to the walls. There is a solitary chair in the centre of the room, and I am put into it and strapped down. The guards do not leave, as I expected them to, but take positions at each corner of the room. I know that Fori is crazy when he looks at me. A mad light shines in his eyes. "What are you going to do to me?" Maybe you shouldn't have interrupted the madman. You really should not have done that. But I continue. "Please tell me what you're going to do to me, and tell me what any of this has to do with me." Fori comes closer to me and ensures that the straps around my arms are tight. When he starts speaking, his voice is sing-song and lilting and absolutely crazy. My heart sinks to my stomach. "Ihokha, my dear brother." He sighs and shakes his head as though he is speaking indulgently about a child. "He has been getting in the way for too long, and now, because of you, he is working with the rebels." Fori walks away from me for a second, before returning with what looks like a small whip in his hand. He reaches out to me with it and trails it down my cheek. I cannot help but whimper as I try, impossibly, to pull away from him. "I saw you first, you know." Now his voice is petulant. "And I am the lord of this manor. You were mine before Ihokha ever saw you. And now that he has tried to ruin my fun, I am going to break you into tiny little pieces." "Please. I'm not above begging, not when it comes to my life." Fori throws his head back and laughs. "You'll be so broken that they won't be able to put you back together." I pull away when he reaches out to touch my chest with his hand. "I'd take you by force, because that is always fun. Although right now the only reason I want to break you is out of spite towards my brother. I know it sounds childish, but he should have seen it coming. I swallow convulsively when he grips my chin and forces me to look up at him. Like I said, I'd take you by force, but the only way to really break my brother is to make you beg for it while he watches. The first blow lands then. My head rings when he slaps me. The slap is backhanded. After the first few slaps, he balls his hand into a fist. He stops when my nose starts bleeding. All you need to do is tell me you want me. Tell me to touch you the way my brother has. Then the pain will stop. My eyes are swelling shut. My lips have been clawed open by Fori's nails, and I am sure I have lost at least 2 teeth already. Somehow, I find the strength to shake my head. Fine. Fori sighs. He sounds disappointed, as though I have just told him that we're out of milk. I cannot see much, but I hear him walk away from me, and then I hear him walk back to me. I howl with pain when he starts burning me. The smell of cigar smoke reaches me, and I realize that he is smoking in between burning holes onto my chest. He burns me lower and lower until he rips my shirt aside, and I am naked in front of him. Later on, I cannot tell how much time has passed, he pulls me from the chair and throws me onto the floor. I don't have the strength to get up, and when he starts whipping me, I do not try to fight him. The whip burns even more than the cigar did. He stops maybe an hour after whipping me. Just tell me you want me. I know you can still talk. My eyelids flutter open. I move my head from side to side. I do not know what he does after that. All I know is that it hurts. Somehow the pain recedes from the front of my mind. I still feel it, but it becomes a nagging ache instead of a sharp, stabbing ringing. Now, instead of thinking about Fori and the pain, I am thinking about my 2 men. A shuddering gasp escapes me when I think about the 2 of them, as Fori starts rubbing salt into the open wounds on my back. I scream because I have no choice. But even that pain does not register as much as it should. Ihokha, Brilyk, I love you, I love you, I love you. I cannot live without you. I don't want to be alive in a world without you. Please. Fori leaves after a while, and I am left, lying in my own blood on the floor. I am not really thinking. The images that play across my mind are memories, activated by pain and longing. But I did not summon them. They roll through my mind. Memories of Ihokha and Brilyk, memories of falling in love with them, memories of wanting them, memories of the gardens at the Anoknis, memories of Agatha. The memories, the images, meld together until Ihokha, Brilyk and I are running through a garden that looks very like Vetrin's gardens. I know that I am dying when I start shivering. I hope they won't hate each other after I die. Please don't hate each other. Fori returns. I don't have the strength to scream. So when he kicks me and pummels me and claws at me, I just take it. Darkness sets in when he kicks me in the head, near my eyes. I start to feel the pain again, despite the growing darkness. I want to beg Fori. I want to tell him to touch me, to take what he wants, just so that the pain will stop, even if that means giving away something that I will never get back. Warmth envelops me in a rush, and I suddenly feel a sense of comfort. I summon up images of Ihokha and Brilyk again. At least I am not alone.
Chapter 27, Ihokha. The son of a... mutters Brilyk. He should be dead. We must go rescue her, though she could be anywhere, I say, gritting my teeth through the pain. We'll get her back no matter what, he replies firmly. Can you fight? Yes, I snarl. Give me a sword. At that moment, a rebel bursts through the door, his eyes locking on Brilyk. There you are, he gasps with relief. We need your help down in the main hall. Arvak, give me another sword, commands Brilyk. The rebel unhooks a second sword from his waistband and hands it to him. I take it from Brilyk, unsheathing a fine weapon made with the best quality steel. As I brandish it, I realize that this is it, that I'm about to take the fight to my brother. Let's go get Ellie back! The 3 of us rush outside, scrambling down the stairs and making our way to the main hall. What used to be an elegant room filled with fine treasures and paintings has become a bloodbath. The paint on the walls has been coated with blood, with corpses laid about everywhere we step. The smell of blood fills the air, as does the gurgling of it, complemented by the screams of men and the clanging of steel on steel. Up ahead, the battle continues. We must avoid this fighting where we can, I say to Brilyk. There may not be much time left for Ellie. Leave the battle to your men. Agreed, he exclaims. Come on, I say, gesturing to him to follow me. I run around the action, narrowly dodging the swings of swords as I duck and dive through the fighting, my clothes becoming drenched in blood. I kick down a door leading to the upper balconies of the second-level floor. There, the extent of the fighting becomes clearer to me. In the gardens, elves do battle, having destroyed the fountain which now spurts blood in place of water. The courtyard below me now looks like the work of a Vraken feast. Blood thrown everywhere, like it was rained down from the skies. A door swings open from the opposite end of the balconies. My brother's men burst through it, their eyes widening at the sight of me standing alongside the rebels. Traitor! The captain yells. Your brother was right all along about you! And you shall join him in death, I shout before turning to Brilyk. I'll take the 3 on the left. You take care of the others. We charge forth, swords raised high. The captain brings his sword down on me, but I'm too quick for him, ducking and rolling between his legs. I turn swiftly and plunge the sword through his heart, causing the life to leave his body in an instant. I pull my sword back just in time to raise it in defense of 2 other elves, their weapons colliding with mine. I kick the knees of the attacker on my right, a loud snap echoing through the balcony. He screams and falls, grabbing his broken leg in agony. I swing for the remaining elf, our swords meeting each other as we become locked in a battle of strength. He is bigger and stronger, quickly backing me up against the wall. I hesitate to play it dirty, but remember that this is a matter of life or death for Ellie, so I kick him where it hurts the most, causing him to fall to his knees. I slice his head off, watching as it rolls off the balcony and down into the courtyard below. I take a quick gander at the level beneath us, seeing the rebels are holding their own against my brother's men. They may not have the same elite level of training, but by the gods do they have the clear advantage in heart and spirit. My own heart swells with pride, observing how much they yearn for their freedom with the ferocity of their fighting. These folk deserve a true, noble leader, I think to myself amidst the chaos. I only hope that Brilyk, Ellie, and I all survive. Beside me, Brilyk is joined by an elf, whomstead I do not recognize, alongside a fresh squad of allies. Gavarn, have your men fall in line behind me. We're close to winning this battle, but we still need to find Ellie. Right behind you, replies the elf named Gavarn. Brilyk turns to me, a desperate look written across his face. Enough time has passed. Where do you think Fori might have taken Ellie? Let me think. I run through a mental checklist, contemplating all possible locations. It'd be somewhere private and unseen by normal eyes. Somewhere he could take out his fantasies and frustrations on her. His rooms, perhaps? No, that would be too obvious. I peer down into the gardens, checking each corner and spot hidden by the hedges. No, there's too much fighting going on down there. There has to be someplace more concealed. Aha! I turn back to Brilyk. The passages, that's where they must be. What? He recoils in confusion. What passages? It's a hidden area inside the castle that only my brother and I know of. I've been sneaking in and out of this manor for years and never knew of any internal passages. They're invisible to the naked eye. Follow me. I lead Brilyk, Gavarn, and the rebels back inside, turning and twisting through the hallways until we come to one that stretches far beyond what we can behold. Down here! Quickly! I command, breaking into a sprint. We run at full speed for almost a minute, meeting the corridor's dead end where there hangs a tapestry. What is this? Asks Gavarn in frustration. Stand back! I bark as I grip the tapestry by its edges. I rip it down, exposing the hidden door behind it. Well, I'll be damned! mutters Brilyk. "No time to lose. Be ready to fight, all of you. Brilyk, stick by my side. Fohari will have his very best men in here with him." I kick down the door, and we all run in. Up ahead, I spot Fori standing over a torture rack with a long knife in his hand. Blood drips from its end as he peers up toward me. Instead of surprise, a sick expression of malice and hunger fills his eyes as his mouth coils into a disgusting smile. "Just in time to finish the show," he says. "And you brought target dummies for my men. How wonderful." From the shadowed corners of the room, a full squad of elves emerge, growling and snarling beneath their breath as they pull out swords and axes. "Where is she?" I bark. "Come on down here and fight like a man," yells Brilyk. "Brilyk, Brilyk, Brilyk. I expected better from you. As for the girl, here she is." He spins the torture rack around, revealing a horrible sight. Strapped down onto the table is a beaten and bruised Ellie, her clothes ripped and torn, exposing her body. Her blood runs down all of her limbs, pouring out of lacerations etched across her skin. "Ellie!" cries Brilyk, his voice breaking. "Brilyk," I say. "You go get her. Have Gavarn and his men take care of the others. Leave Fori to me." He nods and breaks away, joining his men as our allies begin fighting with my brother's men. I raise my sword and point it at Fori. "So that's how it's going to be," he snarls, sheathing the knife. He reaches behind and pulls out a sword, its tip longer and sharper than mine. "I always knew you were jealous of my position as heir, my beloved brother. But I never saw it ending like this." "It never had to," I growl. "But you leave me no other choice." We scream in unison, charging for one another. I bring my sword down on him, but he jumps and rolls over my back. A searing pain ignites down my back, causing me to yelp in pain. I turn to see my blood dripping from my brother's sword. "How about a little more?" he laughs. Suddenly he produces a set of throwing knives in his hands and hurls all three toward me. I deflect all of them as I advance on his position. Our swords clash. My face is inches away from his. "How would mother and father look down on you now? To see you fighting your own blood?" he growls, pushing down on me. "They'd be more proud of me than you," I snarl. "They loved this land, and they loved us. Too bad you went and ruined it all for your own gain." We pull our swords back and clash again. "I will fight for Infnor, to restore it back to its former glory," I yell before headbutting him. He stumbles back as I rush him. He deflects and blocks each of my attacks, laughing them off. "You're a fool, Ihokha," he says. He punches me in the gut, causing me to drop my sword. As I keel over, he grabs me and twirls me around, using my body as a shield against the rebels. They halt, Fori's men slain on the floor. "Come no closer," barks Fori. My hands come to rest on the hilt of his dagger. I whisk it from the sheath, Fori noticing too late as I hurl it into my ribs, pointing it upward. I feel each inch of the blade tear through my flesh, piercing my back and penetrating Fori's chest. The burst of his heart sends a wave of vibration down the dagger, rocking my hand as I gasp for breath. Fori tries to speak, but spits out blood in place of words, the warmth of it spilling down my neck. I pull the dagger out of him and causing us both to fall to the floor. Stinging more than the pain in my body is my grief for committing fratricide. The dagger falls out of my grip as I muster up all the strength in my body to turn to Ellie, her body laying in the arms of Brilyk. Clutching my wounds, I suck up the pain as I trudge over to them, collapsing to my knees by their side. Everyone looks at me with gaping mouths.
Chapter 28. Brilyk, how did that jerk survive that? I think in awe of Ihokha as I glance between him, his fallen brother, and the dagger on the ground. I can't believe it. I turn my attention back to Ellie, who lays unconscious in my arms. Ihokha stumbles over, clutching his wound and breathing rapidly as he takes a knee beside us. I throw my fingers to Ellie's neck. "She has a pulse, but it's fading," I say in panic, snapping my thumb beside her ear. "Ellie, are you with me? Wake up, please!" "We must get her somewhere else," says a stained Ihokha through clenched teeth. somewhere with more air. This place is designed to starve people of oxygen. I'm distracted by the blood pouring out of his chest. Don't worry about me, he snaps. We must get her out of here. I'll carry her then. You're in no good condition yourself. Gavarn leads his men out first, running ahead as I follow behind. We reach the courtyard, Ihokha trudging along with us as we come upon a glorious sight. The fighting around the estate has come to a standstill. Enemies who remain are on their knees, swords kept at their necks by the rebels who stand tall amongst them. Destruction is strewn about every inch of the estate grounds. Pillars have fallen, causing parts of buildings to come down with them. Smoke rises from various spots, emanating from small fires blazing away. The ashes of enemies lie in small piles, having fallen victim to magic attacks. Blood has coated the surfaces of the walls and ground. Broken weapons lay beside their fallen owners, with corpses of both allies and fallen men being organized into small piles. No doubt it was a war, a battle whose stories shall be passed down from generation to generation, a day that will forever be etched into Ymr's history. The day that Infnore won itself back. As fulfilling as it feels to see victory has come into our hands, I care more about Ellie, whose life force slips away with each passing second. Gavarn, gather the other leaders and begin cleaning this place up. Yes, sir. Brilyk, groans Ihokha. Carry Ellie up to my rooms. We'll get space away from everyone in there. I'll follow you, I reply before turning to the rebels. I need a healer urgently. I follow behind Ihokha as he leads the way through the hallways and corridors of the castle. With each turn, the color in his skin fades as his breathing becomes heavier. He falls to one knee, gasping in pain. Take it easy, I say urgently. I'll take the lead. You stick close and tell me the directions. I'm fine, he mutters. No, you're not, I snap. You're dealing with an open wound. We need it tended to as soon as possible. Can we get a healer already? We reach his room where I gently lay down Ellie on his bed. I pull out my handkerchief just as Ihokha limps in through the door. I'm wiping away the blood from her body just as two healers enter behind the surviving Renziu brother. One immediately comes to Ellie's opposite side, checking her pulse as the other healer tends to Ihokha. I've got her from here. Give me some space, says the healer across from me. Reluctantly, I retract and take a few steps back from Ellie, my eyes remaining glued on her. Only at the sound of a wincing Ihokha do I turn away. I watch as the other healer uses his magic to close up his wounds, restoring the destroyed skin. Son of a, groans Ihokha. There, you're all good now. Thank the gods! The healer rushes to join his colleague, kneeling where I once stood by Ellie's side. Ihokha rises up with newfound strength, taking a place beside me as we watch on in anticipation. Is she going to be all right? I ask. Hard to determine that at this point, says one of the men. She's lost a lot of blood. Damn, mutters Ihokha. I've got her stabilized, says the other healer. Her breathing is back to normal. Each second passes by like a minute, with Ihokha and I watching on while praying to the gods for Ellie's survival. Please, 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 I groan. Ihokha lays his hand on my shoulder. She's strong. She survived my brother, so she can survive anything. I just want to see her open her eyes. I need to hear her voice, I say with a broken voice. Me too, says Ihokha reassuringly. But we have to let the healers do their thing. She's stabilized, but we must remain vigilant. All the while, I completely forget about the fact my rebellion is a success. Outside, the men are cheering and rejoicing in victory, but there's no space in my mind for celebration. All I care about right now is Ellie's survival. I rush through the halls, pushing past Zagfer and guards as I make my way to Ihokha's room. The once blood-soaked corridors have now been cleaned and restored in the week that has passed since our victory. Still, I have not yet taken the time to celebrate, even at the encouragement of my fellow rebels. All that I can think about is Ellie, to see her beautiful eyes again, to see her looking back at me with love. I had sat about the castle all week, taking turns with Ihokha and watching over her. Like me, he cannot stand the idea of her being left alone. Anxious hours turned into days, 7 of which have passed since the healers put her into a magic-induced coma. It will help to speed up her healing, they told us. When a Zagfer came for me, reporting that Ihokha urgently requested my presence in his room, I became fueled with a rush of adrenaline. Now as I reach the hall where his room is, I pray the news is fortunate. I swing the door open, finding a wonderful sight. Sitting up in bed is a conscious Ellie, her hands being held by Ihokha, who greets me with a warm smile. "Ellie," I call out, causing her to turn and notice me. "You're awake!" Her skin is vibrant and restored to its natural color. Without any marks to show she's been hurt, it looks as though she was never tortured at all in the first place. "Brilyk!" she exclaims, her voice sounding like a beautiful song as she smiles. At that moment, my knees almost buckle under my body weight from the shock. I stumble over to her as she extends her arms out. We envelop each other in a grip as I hold her like never before. I move to her lips, planting a kiss on them, tasting what I thought I would never taste again. Suddenly, I remember the presence of Ihokha. I pull back and look at him with wide eyes. Ellie glances nervously between the two of us as Ihokha's gaze meets mine. Unexpectedly, his smile only widens as he begins chuckling. "Well," he says, "it seems as though I am not the only one who is happy to see you awake, Ellie. You don't know how long Ihokha and I have been waiting for you to come back to us," I explained to a confused Ellie. "We took turns watching over you for the past 7 days. We both have a lot to say to you, Ellie. I know you have just awoken, but neither of us can wait," says Ihokha before turning to me. "May I go first?" "Please," I reply. Ellie looks on in confusion as Ihokha takes hold of one of her hands as I take the other. "I always knew there was something special about you. Of course, I wish we had met under different circumstances, but nothing could ever have gotten in the way of me falling in love with you," says Ihokha. "I've never felt more right in my feelings. So if you'll have me, then I will be a happy elf for the rest of my life." "Ellie," I say, grabbing her attention, "I came here years ago on a mission to free Infnor. Even though I have accomplished that goal, nothing greater has come of my time here than meeting you and being able to get close to you. All I have ever known is fighting, but you showed me the way of love, and it is a path I want to embark down on forever." Ellie's face contorts as she closes her eyes, a sight that catches me off guard. I panic as a tear drops from them, staining the sheets below her. "Have we upset her?" "Ellie," I say calmly, "I don't want you to choose between us." "Me too," says Ihokha. "Both of us are happy with the way things are between us all. All we want is for you to be happy." "No," she mutters, catching her breath. "I'm not crying because I have to choose. I'm crying because this is the best way things could have turned out for us. I love both of you so much and can't imagine having to choose between two of the greatest elves I have ever known. This is how I want things to be," exclaims Ihokha. "To have a mate in you and a friend in Brilyk," he continues, smiling at me. "This way you are always protected and loved just as fiercely as you deserve to be." "Oh, you guys," cries Ellie, "come here."
Chapter 29. Ellie. In my wildest dreams, I never thought I could be this happy, that such a thing was possible, and that I would get to love not one man, but two at the same time. And yet, here we are, the three of us sat together on the bed talking about being together, all of us. "Are you okay, Ellie?" Brilyk asks as I start to cry tears of joy. "Of course I am," I reply. "I get to be with the people I care most for in the world. We can be happy, right?" He leans over and kisses the top of my head. "We can be happy as we chose to be," he replies. And I know that I have never been happier than I am at this moment. Knowing that you're now safe and well, hearing your voice again. "Ihokha?" I ask, looking up into his beautiful golden eyes. "I never thought my friend here was capable of such sentiment," he teases. "But I wholeheartedly agree. We can make this work, and we can be happier than you could ever imagine. Because we will make sure of it, won't we, Brilyk?" "I've never been more certain of a thing," Brilyk replies. "There is just one question that needs to be answered," Ihokha states. "What is it?" I ask, looking up at them both, hoping there are no more obstacles that we have to overcome. We've all been through enough already. "Whether you can handle two unruly, yet very handsome dark elves. I smile as he teases me. Of course I can, I answer confidently. I can easily handle the both of you. They each arch an eyebrow and smirk and realise immediately what I've said. Well, not like that, I reply, my cheeks now burning with embarrassment. You're quite sure? Brilyk chimes in. I would have thought a fiery thing like you would only be truly sated by the both of us at once. I've had the absolute pleasure, the ecstasy, of being with both of these men, but it's never occurred to me that I could have both of them at the same time. My stomach swirls with excitement, and I begin to tingle between my legs. I look at both of my beautiful men, my breathing becoming heavy. Well, it looks like you may be right, Brilyk, Ihokha says, his voice now low and without the edge of playfulness it previously had. I think I am sure, I say as he reaches down and kisses me. I melt into his kiss, savouring his taste and his scent as he swirls his tongue around mine. Then I turn to Brilyk, who does the same, and I'm reminded just how much I want them both, as if that were ever in question. Lust courses through me, my body coming alive as the realisation of being so fully joined with them dawns on me. 2 gorgeous faces, 2 hot mouths, and then there's the ultimate prize. It's time we welcomed you back to the land of the living, Brilyk says, his hand trailing up and down my thigh. That's if you're sure you've had enough rest. He removes his hand before getting to the apex of my thighs, teasing me, and I place it back there. I'm quite sure, I say firmly. Well then, we have a lot of making up to do, Ihokha says. He places his mouth back on mine, and I moan. But first let's get you out of this. He tears at my nightgown, making easy work of it.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Chapter 30. Ihokha. At long last, some semblance of decency has fallen upon Infnor, now that Fori is no longer leading the helm, and that, along with Brilyk and Ellie, I've been able to work on instating a new way of doing things. It has not been easy, but nothing is. Not when it comes to fighting for the life that you want. Yet I have never been happier, and this has only amplified seeing that the 2 people who I care most about are as well. The weeks following the untimely death of my brother have been busy, the council agreeing to allow me to maintain this land, provided that any future insurrections are dealt with accordingly. Fori, it seems, will not be missed by any of us, the council included, his reputation preceding him, one that killed him in the end. As I stand here in the garden waiting for Brilyk, a sense of deep contentment fills me, though there are still a few niggles of nervousness that pool in my belly. Have you got it? I ask when he appears, a very satisfied smile on his face. I have, he says, tapping at the front pocket of his tunic. Well, what are you waiting for, man? Let me see it, I say, the nerves obviously starting to get the better of me. Looks like someone is feeling the pressure, Brilyk says, his mouth quirking into a smile. Nonsense, I just want to make sure everything is right, I assure him, though he can probably tell I'm not telling the whole of the truth. Calm down, everything is going to be perfect, he says, taking a ring from his pocket and holding it out for me to inspect. Impressive, I say, before taking out the one that I plan to give to Ellie. It's a family heirloom that has been passed down for generations, the green stones perfectly complementing the delicate gold band that he has chosen, and I smile. See, Told you, Brilyk assures me. I thought I was supposed to be the uptight one, he teases as we head back up to the manor house. Well, it's important for it to be just perfect, I reply, and I know what you can be like. What does that mean? He asks. You know, just a little on the boorish side. How dare you? He says, this coming from an elf who can't even tie his own shoelaces. I don't need to, I reply dryly. We burst into laughter and he claps me on the back as we make our plans for the evening. Despite our jest, we're both intent on making sure it's the perfect setting for the proposal that we have. But we never make it to the house, as we find Ellie tending to the garden with one of the groundskeepers just outside the door. I look at Brilyk, who in turn shares the same expression as me. Maybe now is the perfect time. Here you are, I say to her. We've been looking for you. Oh, really? She asks, standing up and wiping her brow with the back of her hand. Will you walk with us? I ask, holding out my hand. Of course, she says. I'm almost finished here anyway. She hands her trowel to the groundsman and takes my hand. Brilyk takes her other hand and we saunter to the pergola around the back of the house. With its dangling vines and canopy of violet flowers, it's perfect. Brilyk drops to one knee first, and I smile as I see the shock on her face. I leave them to have their moment, standing behind her as he proposes. Ellie, you've made me the happiest person in the world. I never thought this kind of happiness was meant for someone like me. That is why I would like to try and do the same for you. As your mate. Will you be my mate? He asks, holding out the ring. Great gods, Brilyk. I would love to, but she turns, and I know she is conflicted. But that drops from her face when she finds me also on one knee, ring in hand, waiting for her to make us both the happiest man alive. Of course, she says, her voice catching in her throat. She holds out her hand and Brilyk places his golden band on her finger as I place the jeweled one on top of it. The perfect match and fit. She kisses me passionately, then holds my face looking deep into my eyes. My Ihokha, she says softly. Then she turns to Brilyk and does the same. I think we should celebrate, he says. As do I, but how? I ask, smiling. Come with me, she says, tugging at both of our hands. We practically run into the manor house and up to my room, Brilyk and I stripping her of her clothes within seconds before shedding our own. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
All of these things we're going to do to you, I finally say, when we've both come down from such heights. But most of all, we're going to love you.
Chapter 31. Ellie. In the stillness of the night, I find myself relaxing in front of a lit fireplace in the lounge. The yellow and orange flames cast an ambient glow that throws itself over the room, its shadows bouncing up and down across the walls. The snap, pop, and crackle of the blaze keeps my focus in check as I run my eyes along the parchment paper. Accompanying me on the couch is Brilyk, while Ihokha sits at a table just a few feet away from us. In each of our hands is a glass of aged jisk from the castle's cellars. It makes for a great complement to our evening meal we shared just an hour ago. Sprawled in handwriting on my paper is the details for our mating ceremony. I mull over each line, wanting to make this occasion everything that I ever wanted. It has to be at night under a full moon, I think to myself, noting down the details. At this point, I'm going to need some more parchment. I glance over at Ihokha, his brows crossed in concentration as he mumbles something to himself about finances. Fori spent too much on this. Repairs for that section are going to have to wait a little while. I promised I'd donate some food and materials to the village there. I can't break it. Behind me, I hear a few mutterings from Brilyk as he runs through the reports from his rebel comrades. Their family wants money for their son's death during the battle. Damn it, the rebellion won them their freedom. We're not a damn charity. As much as I try to keep my mind focused on the task at hand, I keep finding myself alternating between my two loves. Their presence is too much of a distraction. I'm getting a damned headache, sighs Ihokha as he runs a hand over his head. He pushes the paperwork away from him. That's enough numbers for one night. Any news from the rebel leaders, Brilyk? He asks. Still going through them. He shrugs. The general consensus is that the people are happy for the most part. But there's always got to be detractors. Not all of the rebels are satisfied with how things turned out, explains Brilyk. I can't say it comes as too much of a surprise. After all, there are those who want your head on a spike displayed on top of the manor. Charming, chuckles Ihokha. Those troops are just going to have to deal with it. Any other word? Not much, but one thing is for certain, says Brilyk, as he pushes the reports aside. We're going to have a lot of eyes on us while we're putting everything back together. Nothing we didn't expect, of course. True. We were never going to have an outcome where every single citizen would be happy. Pardon me for interrupting the big boy talk, I joke. But what is going to be my role in all of this? You're going to be the wife of a ruling lord, chuckles Ihokha, as well as the wife of his chief of staff and head of the military, laughs Brilyk. As good as that sounds, surely I'm going to have a job to do, I say. Of course you will. You're going to be the lady of the land, having a say in the running of Infnor. Feel free to suggest any new ideas you think of. I've got a few, but let's get this mating ceremony done first. Fair enough, nods Ihokha. Your new role will be whatever you wish it to be, my love. How about being the most protected and treasured woman in all of Infnor? Laughs Brilyk. Oh yeah? And just how will I be protected? I ask in a challenging tone. I'll show you, says Brilyk, rising to his feet. As will I, adds Ihokha, joining him. Okay, so, pretend one of you is trying to get to me. Show me how you'll protect me. Easy, says Ihokha. He lunges forward, but Brilyk catches him, starting a wrestling match between the two. I giggle as I watch the two elves roll back and forth over each other. After a moment, they exchange a look as if communicating with one another. Suddenly their eyes shoot toward me as they pounce. I find myself pinned down as they start to undress me. And just exactly how is this protecting me? I chuckle. Oh, we're done with that part, says Ihokha as he slides my underwear off. Now we're just going to show you how treasured you are, whispers Brilyk as he runs his hands over my body. The long-awaited mating ceremony has arrived, and it is everything that I dreamed of as a child. The ebony night sky hangs heavy above us, the full moon shining like a massive white pearl. Accompanying it are sparkling stars peppered amongst the sky, as well as the wisps of white clouds. A week has passed since the night the plans were finalised. In the days that followed, the gardeners did some renovation work in the gardens to create room for the ceremony. It was time-consuming work, but Ihokha said I could get whatever I wanted, and I was damn sure going to take advantage of it. The aisle stretches on for some distance, lined with flowers along its sides. On either side of the aisle are rows upon rows of chairs, seating the entire population of Infnor. Guards stand about the place on duty, their armour illuminated by the glow of lamps scattered around the setup. There float a few orbs of light that bounce off each other, cast by my loves. I'm elated as I walk up to the altar where my future husbands wait for me. Everyone turns in their seats. Some villagers wear warm smiles, but others shoot me strange looks, no doubt because I'm set to mate with another species, and 2 of them at that. It's obvious that those who don't approve have attended only for the free food and alcohol offered as refreshments for the guests. Still, I am unbothered, knowing that some of them have been starved for a long time. After all, I am here for my 2 special men. I feel as beautiful as ever as I take confident and slow strides up toward the altar. I'm draped in a long white dress, embroidered with traditional elven designs that commemorate the 13 who sleep. The fabric hugs my body tight, showing off my figure in such a way that will no doubt catch the attention of my lovers. I reach the altar filled with excitement as I take my place between Brilyk and Ihokha. They both wear royal blue epaulets, decorated with elite accessories courtesy of Foury's wardrobe. A high priest by the name of Dagger approaches us. He raises his arms as I hear the guests behind us rise to their feet. "The mating ceremony shall now begin," he announces with a commanding voice. "Please be seated." I glance back and forth between my 2 loves, each one beaming with pride as we're about to seal our commitment for eternity. We are gathered here today with the company of friends and the good villagers of Infnor in the Renziu residence, where we shall bear witness to a most unique type of union, one in which Ellie will solidify her love with Brilyk and Ihokha. I already feel my knees weakening. May the elves each take a hand of Ellie's. A wave of joy comes over me as my hands are gently grasped by my loves, each of them stroking my fingers with theirs. I glance at them both as they peer back at me with love in their eyes, before they each wink at one another. Seeing them as best friends makes me burst with happiness. With all of Infnor present, we ask that the 13 who sleep bless this union with undying love and commitment between all of its members. We also ask that Ellie, Brilyk and Ihokha each be bestowed with a long life, ones in which they continuously create endless memories with one another. Dagger focuses his attention on me. "Ellie, do you take both Brilyk and Ihokha to be your lifelong mates through anything and everything?" "I do," I announce with pride, shedding a tear of happiness. "Brilyk, do you take an eternal friend in Ihokha and a loving mate in Ellie?" "I do," replies Brilyk, loud and clear for everyone to hear. "Ihokha, do you accept Brilyk as a lifelong companion and Ellie as your forever mate?" "I do," says Ihokha, his voice breaking as he sheds a tear of his own. "Then by the power granted unto me, I pronounce you as mates of Ellie. You may now kiss your bride." I turn first toward Ihokha, no longer able to resist the urge to kiss him. I pull him closer by the collar and plant a kiss on him so strong that I almost whisk him off of his feet. As we pull apart, his face is beaming with joy. Brilyk envelopes his arms around my waist and spins me around, pulling me close. Our lips meet in a passionate embrace. As all this goes on, the crowd rise again to their feet, throwing their hands together in a deafening ovation. It's the fairy tale ending that each one of us deserve, a future together where none of us are ever alone again. I could not believe there was ever a time I wanted to go back to my old life, for it's never going to get any better than this. As long as I have Brilyk and Ihokha in my life, which is forever, I know I'm going to be just fine.
Chapter 32. Gavarn. I bring my hands together in celebration of Brylyk's union to his new mate, Ellie. I'm over the moon to see how elated he is as he stands there on the altar. He deserves it for all of his hard work over the years. He was always my best rebel, and without him, the movement would not have succeeded. I look at Ihokha as he stands on the opposite side of Ellie. Once upon a time, not long ago, I would have looked upon him with anger. Now, though, I breathe a sigh of relief, knowing Infnor has a leader that will address its concerns and lend a listening ear to the rebels. "I'm not happy about Ihokha still being in power," said a rebel to me the other day. "Nor am I," muttered another. "Who knows how long he will last, or if he can even be trusted for that matter." I heard many a complaint and listened to a lot of rebels vent the same things. For that, I could not blame them, and even I myself was confused to hear about his relationship with Ihokha. For them to share a mate is unheard of, but unlike many of my companions, I'm not quick to jump to any unfair conclusions. I have decided to roll with the current leadership for the time being. Besides, the Lady of the Land sings endless praises about him, and he had a word of honor from Brilyk. I've never been one to doubt anything Brilyk says, plus Ihokha aided us during our final fight with Fori. It's time for the celebrations to begin, as the guests make their way to a more open part of the gardens. The men and I are eager to enjoy the night as we come upon the glorious sight of food and alcohol to fuel ourselves, all of which is free of charge. All of us rebels rejoice and sing, basking in the feeling of victory. We have all the reason to be happy, for good times are finally upon us. After a lifetime of fighting and chasing a liberated Infnor, I feel like a normal citizen again, able to enjoy a rare night off as the party gets going. The night advances as I relish the peace. I feel more ready than ever to retire from the rebellion business. I wonder what I'm going to do now that this is all over. I find myself lounging around with the rebels, a drink in each of my hands as the conversations grow heartier and the laughs grow louder. "Did any of you hear the news?" asks Vaskum. "It's quite alarming." "No, do tell." "There's word spreading that the Lady of the Land is seeking to bring in more humans to Infnor." The news sprouts murmurings and excited whispers amongst the rebels. I have already caught word of the development thanks to Brilyk. It made me realize that in all my time fighting for a better Infnor, I was only ever in pursuit of the interests of the Dark Elves. Not once did I ever give consideration to humans, mainly due to the fact there's not a lot of them present in the villages. All my life, I have thought of them as weak, both in spirit and in body. However, I was proved wrong of my assumptions by the Lady of the Land, who is anything but weak. Despite Ellie only being in power for a short amount of time, a lot of villages have already seen improvement, apparently due to her visits and offerings of gifts and food. I know of human treatment across other continents, and how badly they are looked down upon, with some even being enslaved. That's why I look upon Ellie with a smile. To see a member of an already oppressed species put the people of Infnor first, before relishing in her own luxuries as a wife to the leader of the nation. No doubt she lives a rich lifestyle now, but she's been quick to show some of those gifts to people in need. It has only made me welcome the idea of more humans. If she is so kind, then surely other humans must be. My smile is quickly removed when I hear the cursing and foul language at the notion of more humans here in Infnor, spoken aloud by some of my men. "I just don't see how humans will benefit the land," says Vaskum. "I agree," says Gausniel. "There's still barely enough food to go around as is. This isn't the future I was fighting for." "I think you're all being incredibly selfish," I reply, much to everyone's surprise. "Gavarn," laughs Arvak. "I'm glad to hear someone speak some sense. I was just reminding everyone of the good that the Lady of the Land has done for us thus far." "Indeed, and it's only going to continue." "I don't understand, Gavarn," retorts Gausniel. "Why should we root for humans?" "Look, all of us work together to achieve the impossible. We want a better Infnor for all. All should include any new race who wish to make a living for themselves here. There's nothing wrong with hard, honest work." "I don't know about all of this," says an uneasy Vaskum. "None of us do," I say calmly to show I'm not trying to fight. "Here's the thing, though. We have a responsibility to be open to new things now that a new world is upon us. Otherwise, we'd be no better than any of the rulers that came before us." "Spoken wisely," replies Gausniel. "I suppose you're right. We shouldn't be so quick to judge. I've already put my name down for consideration in helping to screen any new human arrivals." The others recoil in surprise and shock. "Really?" quips Arvak. "I know you're keen on having humans here, but I never expected this from you." "Well, Infnor is under new leadership. It's changing fast with each passing week. If we don't keep up with it, we could easily fall behind." "Speaking of leadership, here comes our boy now," exclaims Gausniel as he points behind us. I turn to see an approaching Brilyk. He extends his arms as we envelop each other in a hug. "Thank you so much for coming, Gavarn," he says, his voice filled with happiness. "As well as the rest of you, it really means a lot." "Congratulations, brother. Each and every one of us is proud of you, though." "What is it?" "Well, none of us ever expected to see a rebel getting married on Renziu territory," I chuckle. Crazy how things turn out, laughs Brilyk. I never imagined sharing the love of my life with someone else, but here we are. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. You deserve this. Thank you, brother. Say, when do you think you'll be doing all of this? He asks. All of what exactly? Finding someone to settle down with. Oh, well, I don't think I have the time. But the rebellion is over. I know, it's just with rebuilding Infnor and all. All right, I get it. At that moment, Ellie appears by Brylyk's side. She squeezes his arm and plants a kiss on her lips. Hi there. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, she says. Not at all, I chuckle. Congratulations, by the way. Thanks, Gavarn. I hope you enjoy the celebrations. She tugs on Brylyk's arm, pulling his ear down to her mouth. Excitedly, she whispers something inaudible in my friend's ear. A wide smile etches its way across his face before he suddenly whisks her up in his arms. He spins around on his heels and breaks out into a run, making way for the manor. I watch in curiosity as they link up with Ihokha by the door before they all disappear inside. Good for them, I think to myself. I mull over Brylyk's suggestion to find someone for myself. I don't quite understand the dynamic between him, Ihokha, and their shared mate, but it's undeniable that they're all happy. Am I just making excuses for myself? I think as I remember my reply to Brilyk. It would be nice to be loved by someone. A hint of jealousy flows through me as I wish I was fleeing off with my lover. At that moment, I begin to wonder if there'll ever be someone that I end up with. Though my future will undoubtedly be busy with assisting to rebuild Infnor, I know for certain that having a special person in my life would make things better. I achieved my lifelong goal of liberating this place. Now that it is done and dusted, I realize there is free room for a new adventure in my life. Something that would truly rock my world and take me on a wild ride. I can't help but feel as though it is one in the way of romance. Hey Gavarn, are you okay? Asks Arvak, nudging my elbow. Oh, I'm fine. You were just staring at the castle for a while. Have you had a lot to drink? Oh, I'm barely tipsy, I laugh. Don't worry about me. Come on then, the night is still young.